Hello, and welcome to another update video about Bitcoin. Yeah, on the Bitcoin chart, we take a look at the daily first. Daily chart provides us with the bigger picture, and we can see that there are currently two scenarios on this chart. In the first scenario, and we've already entered that support area recently on Friday. In the first scenario, the wave 4 is unfolding, which is a corrective structure, often more like a sideways correction. For this scenario, the support level of $35,000 is important. Now I have to say, it doesn't mean we have to come down to 35, but it takes a $35,000 level break to suggest that something more bearish is happening. For now, I assume that we are in this fourth wave because we're holding above support. But I also assume that the correction isn't yet finished, so we'll just need to see if the 35K level is holding or not. And if it does, a fifth wave to possibly 65K is expected. Yeah. But first of all, this fourth wave needs to unfold, and it might take a little while to complete. Could be several weeks or even months for a fourth wave to complete, especially on this wave degree. So that's one scenario. In this scenario, the price already formed the A wave on Friday with this dip. Now we could get a B wave and then a C wave down into the wave 4 support area. That's one scenario. That's the short term, also short term bullish, if you want to say it like that, because we wouldn't have a very strong or very sharp drop below 35K. 35K should hold support if this scenario is what's playing out, and if support is holding, then we should see a fifth wave afterwards. In another scenario, which is also bullish but short-term more bearish, the price would break through 35K, and until it does that, there's no way of saying which one it is. So I've mentioned throughout this increase already in October, November, that if we arrive at this point here, around 50K, we will first of all have to assume that the shorter or the nearest support level is going to be relevant, and only if it breaks, only then we can really assume that the B wave is unfolding. However, they are both scenarios for which you should plan. They're both scenarios for which you should plan, especially considering that before halvings historically, there has been a shakeout of traders. There has been a shakeout. There have been deep pullbacks before every halving. Now, I'm not a great, promoter of that because, if something happened in the past, when something happened in the past, does it mean it has to happen again? Of course not. It's often just the opposite. However, it's still a scenario on the chart, and we have a very clear level to watch, 35K, and we know that if that level breaks, then something more bearish is clearly going to unfold. However, it would only be short-term bearish. It wouldn't be really bearish. I would use this as a gift and basically scale in. Okay, if we come down very low or if we have a very, very strong breakdown or pullback, I should say, in a bullish market, that's a gift. Now, in that period, for example, altcoins might outperform. Depends. I think they might outperform in a wave 4. I'm not sure if they will outperform if we have a very sharp pullback in a B wave, but we'll see. And Ether might start to outperform. We talked about that as well. But yeah, it really takes a break below that 35K level. And then in a, let's say, lower B wave scenario, I also have a support area on the chart with 4 Fibonacci levels that we can watch. 19,870 and 31,558 are the ones that constrain the support zone. So these are the two main support areas relevant for the two main bullish scenarios on this chart. Only if we get a sustained break below that 20K level down there, I will assume that a bear market is back, and then I will probably stop to scale in and wait for basically 8 to 10K maybe. That's nothing I'm expecting right now because we're holding above two massive support areas. I know there are people out there on Twitter that are calling for 10K. Now that's not how the analysis works. That's just, they just point out their opinion and they mention possibilities. Of course it's a possibility, but how can you say that as, if we're holding above support levels? It's just a little bit premature. It's a little bit premature. And just trading based on an opinion doesn't really make any sense. We want to trade based on data, right? Okay, so that is what makes sense. So Let's go to the shorter time frame, and we're now on the 1 hour chart. This hasn't really changed since the last video. The idea is still that somewhere in this region we should see a bounce and a B wave could start. If you see a bounce above 44k, that's the signal, that's our signal that this B wave might have started. And ideally such a B wave would react to either 45k, 46k or 47.3k. I've added the 38.2 retracement level as well, because it's sometimes a level where, for example, the A wave in the B wave reacts. Remember that also a B wave is a 3-wave move, so something like that could happen. A, B, C, okay? Just pointing out where the A wave could react to. And at the moment, I have no evidence that the B wave has started. It could have, and I'm very much watching for a B wave right now. But as long as we stay below 44k, one more low is possible into this region here. So that means if there is one more low, this is the area where we can watch for another reaction. Possibly 40,570, 40,295, and 39k. So just some projections, not super reliable, but some projections where the price might find a reaction and then start the B wave from there. At the moment, you also should see or should take note of the fact that the price is still holding the trend line above the trend line. So, you know, it also takes a break. I think, you know, if we break below that trend line, that would be an initial signal that the 5th wave of the A wave has started. Please be aware that an A wave doesn't need 5 waves. An A wave only needs 3. But at the moment, due to the consolidation, another low seems possible and probable. But it's not anything I would trade for, given that an A wave can also have 3 waves. Okay, so it's just sort of literally the last bit that could happen here to the downside, and nothing that needs to happen. So I'm very much watching for this B wave to start either from here or from down here. And then as soon as we get into the B wave resistance area, we can watch these fibs for potential reactions and a potential start for wave C to the downside. This is probably what we're going to watch for next week as we're heading into a new trading week. But I don't think there's anything else to add. So I hope you liked the update. If you did, please hit the like button, leave a comment and subscribe. And if you really like the content, then please check out the channel membership. Also, make sure that you follow us on Instagram and Twitter for additional content. Thanks a lot for watching. Bye-bye.
Jimmy, how do you feel after this today? Jimmy, you feel like the judge was fair today? Why'd you steal the money, Jimmy?
It's a great day for a Strategy Sunday as we go over a 15-minute based strategy that is going to be only using free indicators. So that means that if you have a TradingView account, which is free itself, you can employ the strategy, well, with no remorse, with no unnecessary private indicators. These are all freely available on the public library, so you can employ it just about immediately. What is not included, however, is the automation features. Of course, if you want to automate a strategy like this, then you could use one of the tools in the link in the description below, the Crown Quant automation, and you can automate strategies like this or many other strategies as well. Many of which several of which I've posted here exclusively for YouTube as well in this playlist. So here we go. This is the equity curve over the past 3 years. This is back tested from January 1st of 2021 to current times. The reason why I picked this particular date range is because it encompasses basically all the different portions of the market cycle that you're going to run into. You have 2021, that's your parabolic bull cycle. 2022, that's your parabolic bear cycle, plus maybe some black swans in there with FTX, Luna, and all sorts of things, 3AC. And then you have 2023, which is the turnaround, not necessarily a full-on bull market, but a consolidationary / general upside market within an overall long-term consolidation. So it's been tested through many different things and has acted pretty acceptably here. My sort of means of deciding if a strategy is good or not is if the equity curve is up and to the right. It's very simple, actually, with higher lows the whole way through. And that's what we see here, even in 2022, where you can see that things did take a dump off there. You know, there certainly was some bigger losses, and it did give up, you know, some decent gains for sure. Ultimately, it did create a higher low on the equity curve, and, well, long term, the trend remains, and it remains your friend. So what's the big deal here? What are we going to be using for this? Like I said, these are all freely available indicators on the public library, and what we're going to be using is the PMARP and the BBWP. That's it, nothing else. Just really fucking simple, really fucking simple. Both of them, like I said, you can get here for free. Just type in BBWP, boom, it's one there by the man, Mr. Caretaker, and then we have PMARP, also by the Caretaker. Very easy to get. And like I said, freely available. If I didn't repeat myself damn enough right there. All right, so first things first, settings for these indicators specific to the strategy. The PMARP, we want to have a PMAR length of 21, an MA type of EMA, and then for the signal moving average, we want to have a 20 simple moving average, and then also just make sure that this is PMARP right here as well. That's it. And then for BBWP, we want to make sure, I believe these are default settings, by the way, but just to ensure that everything's correct, price source close, basis type SMA, length 13, look back 252, and a simple moving average type of, a simple moving average length of 5 right here. All right, once we have those in place, we're ready to get into the boring part of this video, which is the trade strategy and checklist, just the most basic format of filling out how to fucking do your strategy. It's always funny whenever I post a video like this, or even in the Discord sometimes, like, people ask, can I get that trade checklist? Like, it's pretty fucking simple, man. You can just make it yourself. It's all good. Just doing this on Google Documents. Very simple. Very, very simple. Put in the minimum effort, maybe. Kidding. Well, maybe not. Anyways, okay, so first things first. What time frame we looking at? 15-minute time frame. What is our main source of edge? We just went over this. PMARP and BBWP settings are here as well if that helps you. And then what defines a risk management parameter? So if we do want to have like a hard stop, then it would be a max 3% stop loss. That is what this strategy over here in these results were tested with.
Hello, I'm Michael Saylor, and today I'm thrilled to share an extraordinary opportunity for Bitcoin users. We've initiated a
but here's also a thing. You will notice that there are going to be exits that also are going to be losses when a couple other of the criteria is met, which is our exit criteria, which is, well, I'll give it away right here, but PMARP above 65 percentile or BBWP above 80 percentile. Both of those would also close the trade. And if it's at a loss, it's at a loss. That's really going to happen mostly when volatility represented by BBWP is higher. But yeah, anyways, on to the next one. How will positions be entered? PMARP must be below 20 percentile. And that is, by the way, let me just double check over here. I believe that is the plot line. But I do want to double check here. Yes, that is a signal line. That is a signal line. Must be below 20. So very, 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 very low. And I'm actually going to write this off over here. Plot. There we go. The BBWP moving average must be negative. So from the prior close to the current close, there must be a decrease in the moving average for the BBWP. So what does that look like? Well, over here, let's say we're analyzing like this closure right here. The moving average, the white portion of this chart, or the white line on this chart, the prior close number, which is represented at the top left-hand side at 94.29%, to the current should be a decrease. And, well, 94.29 to 93.65 is a decrease. So, yes, that condition would be met in this particular case. And then we need to see, this is actually not correct. I don't know why I have that in there. But that is also not it. Why was this not included? BBWP must be below, I believe it is 50. So let me just double check on this one as well. So BBWP Let me just see. Yes, indeed. BBWP itself, just not the moving average, but just the actual raw read on this one should also be below 50. So in that particular case where I marked it off over here, it's above 50 percentile. So that would not be the case. But let's say when it's below, which is just the midline right here, like in this case, obviously it is below, and we see a decrease in the moving average. Probably don't have to measure that one out. You can see that one very obviously. So yeah. Not an entry right here, by the way. Just that condition is met. Anyways, okay, moving on now. How positions be exited? Kind of already gave that one away, but PMARP, in this case, I believe plot line. Let me double check on this one as well. And why is my damn thing obsessed with doing capitals or caps lock? I must have that on somewhere. Let's see. Okay, we have our PMARP for the exit is going to be what? Is going to be plot line, yeah. And then our BBWP for the exit is going to be just straight up raw BBWP as well. So 80 percentile and 65 for the PMARP plot. And then that's it. Now there are some skeleton key specific settings right here. This is the automation features that I spoke about earlier that this was tested with. Now again, you could employ this yourself. It's just, it's gonna be some work, I guess, but you can definitely do it. And do understand that this particular strategy, in the way that it was tested for the past over 3 years now, was omitting results from Thursday and Sunday, meaning that it does not trade on those days, meaning that if you see the entry conditions met for those days, don't fucking take them. Also for GMT -7, so it's gonna kind of help with timing that. But overall, even without that, well, let's actually see how that would change it. So let me actually add this right here. Keep it in mind, or I actually have to generate the report again, but you can just scroll back and figure out what the results were prior to that. I'm going to guess that they're going to be worse here. I believe the net profit beforehand was 19,000. And that was based off of just one, okay. I believe just one Bitcoin position size. Yeah, and that completely wrecks it. You can see it pretty much gives up all the gains in 2022 back down to zero. So this strategy becomes unusable, or I wouldn't say unusable, but it's certainly not good if we include Thursday and Sunday. So this is very common for most long strategies on lower time frames. Thursday and Sundays do not have great results. Just as a general rule, you kind of want to be avoiding those days. I found if you're looking at long strategies, if you're looking at short strategies, you certainly do want to incorporate them. But again, let's now compare that with omitting Thursday and Sunday, and let's see what we got right here. Come on, baby, load it up. That's probably the worst thing about the strategy backtester and skeleton key, is that sometimes the loading times can be a little bit more. But there we go. Much better. Much better. Significantly different, like night and day. So that certainly does matter. Anyways, I think that's a good place to leave off for this strategy. Pretty, just pretty fucking simple right there. I guess we can go over one entry and exit just to go over the conditions, but in this case, first things first, are we on a Thursday or Friday? No, this is a Tuesday. We can see already that, I think it was like right here. Let me just double check. Yep. We can see that PMARP is below the 20 percentile region, the moving average that is. We can see that the BBWP is below 50. It's right there. It's like literally just below the dotted line, which is 50. And also the moving average from prior close, which was 59.92 to the current, is 56.98. That condition is met. It's negative. So we have an entry right there. And then, well, what happens after that? Our take profit conditions are met because, actually almost both of them are met, but only one of them needs to be met. In this case, it is the PMARP condition that is met, as it does close above 65 percentile. If that condition was not met and the BBWP condition was met, then we'd also close as well. Just one of them needs to be present. In this case, the BBWP condition was actually met on the next closure. You can see that was above 80 percentile. On the current one, it was just below. So it would have exited right here. So slightly not as good. Anyways, just kind of a quick scalp, as you can see. And I think that's a good place to leave off on that. We can go check out some Bitcoin action here too. Just because why not? Still looking for a bounce on Bitcoin first and foremost before anything. Probably back up to 44,500, maybe even tags $45,000. But I do believe if Bitcoin's going to see another rejection, that'd probably be the area to be looking for. So yeah, probably happens early this coming week, and then if downside resumes, probably later this coming week. So yeah, we'll end things right there. As always, I want to wish you the best of the best. Oh, and I should once again reiterate my major failure criteria for yesterday's video. If Bitcoin's back above 46,500, especially on a daily closing basis, it's fucking bullish. But until then, bounces are just that, bounces, before getting ready for some downside. And I expect that this next phase is going to take a few weeks. So yeah, that is where we'll end off today. Nice and short and sweet. I'll see you on Monday, hopefully. And as always, wish you the best. Take care, much love, and see you hopefully soon.
If you overdraw your account, Wells Fargo gives you an extra day grace period to avoid the overdraft fee.
Hold on.
What if every...
Get the garms on, man. I need to sort things out. Bloody hell. Bitcoin's making a move, man. And we've got to at least look somewhat presentable. The madness is actually unfolding. I mean, we did want to see those bids get taken out. Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get these bad boys sorted out. So, what's the story? Well, it looks like Bitcoin has come back to the psychological ranges. Not bad, huh? But this move could be the idea of the Sell the News event. So, I've come on live today just to get things into perspective, to keep you guys aligned and not to panic. Don't lose your minds. It's all good. Now all the price projections are coming out. Bitcoin down, Bitcoin down, Bitcoin down. Okay, it goes down, it goes down. Welcome to trading, welcome to crypto. But we're going to dive into the charts, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a look at all the bids. We're going to look at the asks. We were making that reference earlier on today to understand that there was liquidity down below, giving us the clue that they could be getting ready to sweep that. But this is more than a sweep. But ladies and gentlemen, the fast move is the false move. Remember that. You're not going to bring out an ETF and tell everybody, come and buy it for it to be collapsing. I mean, they do actually say to you when you do buy an ETF in the first instance that just be mindful, it is a bit volatile. And during the first few weeks of a new ETF, you're going to see a little bit of volatility, but overall it's going to be nice, giving you at least a nice bit of exposure to the marketplace, depending on the ETF that you're actually using. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to tonight's live stream. Here's an emergency Bitcoin update, and I'm here just to try and put things into perspective for you. So if you are new, let's get with the flavor. My name is Tino. Traders Reality is the name of this channel. My name is Tino. Anyway, let's put that aside. Here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a guy. Okay, so we've seen a move to the downside, all right? Bitcoin has taken a sweep to the downside. It's done quite a bit of the number from the guys who were long earlier on. Where are you? Just quickly pull that up on the liquidation levels. Little bit of a problem. Yes, people are looking at it thinking, oh my God, what's going on? But remember the story that we had earlier on, that the trap for this retail trader, market maker needs to bring this into perspective to get people to buy, to get people to sell. They have attacked all of those long liquidations. They didn't pay themselves, never mind. So now we are currently sat at a very important point in the chart where the confluences are all coming together, okay? Now, realistically, ladies and gentlemen, has Bitcoin really dropped? Like, come on, all right? It's not really dropped now, has it? Bitcoin's only come back to the same spot everybody was pumped about, and that was just this week. So what's the problem? Why am I even live? It's not done anything. Because in the next hour or two, Bitcoin is going to start recovering this huge imbalance. And what is it that we need to be paying attention to? We've had this conversation about the bids and the asks, okay? The idea is that we had that liquidity down below. We pull up the book map and we had that from earlier on. Okay, so we're still waiting for that bad boy to load up, but I'm gonna bring that up in a split second. Oh my God, look, minus balances, minus 34% at the top side, 40%, minus 40%, which is telling me that the limit sales are being triggered right now. Why? Because the offers have effectively come into play. The bids have been absorbing all of price. Look what's been coming up, look. This is how you know they're stepping in to run the longs. 2.52, go down. What have we got here? 5.71, the original amount was 5.7, all right, in million, right? 2.56, go down a little bit more. We've got 10.43 at 10.25. We go down 3.28, 3.38, 4 million, we go down a bit further, 5, go down a further. We had 12 million traded, 14 million right there, 84%, so it's nearly done. Go down further, we had half a million there. We still got 4 million to come into play right here. Keep on going down, and we're seeing that the liquidity is being swept out. 18 million's been being transacted in this current point, with 15.93 million of it being traded. Go down again, we've got 11 million traded, and we've got 21 million traded at the 43,500, 100%. Go down a bit more, we've got 3 million right here, and then we're currently sat in this area where there's about 10 million that's been traded, and this is where Bitcoin has decided to reverse from, all right? Understanding this relationship with the bid and the ask is going to help you understand who's buying, who's selling, because you can't buy if no one is selling, and you can't sell if no one is buying, okay? So it's very important that we pay attention to what's going on with Bitcoin right now on the logic that a reversal is due on the cards, okay? Be very careful, because the psychological low right here is the last point that Bitcoin made the move from to the upside, and that happened on the Monday. The rule with the psychological ranges says that at the start of the week, if we see an aggressive move at the start, which is on a Monday, we're usually going to expect them to come back into that. But what we've got to take into consideration is this move is just not consistent. Look what's going on. Ethereum was up 2%, okay? Now it's just back down again, but it's not down. Okay? Now, this is something really important, because if they are actually getting ready to load up more and they're selling from the highest point to go back up again, the only way that that would be invalidated, especially on Ethereum, is if it breaks beyond this range right here. 2,569. It has to invalidate that zone. And if they do break that, then we will have the principle of them coming back into this 50 EMA, the 200 EMA, even the 800 EMA. You see, Ethereum has gone nowhere near its psychological ranges, but Bitcoin has, okay? Now, looking at Bitcoin closely, we can see that we've got the recovery of what would appear to be the red vector candle. London is now officially closed, okay? So the markets, in principle, are going to be down a pool of liquidity. That means London isn't going to be there fighting it off. So New York effectively has its own marketplace to trade, okay? Now, looking at where we are right here, we need to do the following, right? Red vector candle, take the top side of the wick, go down. 800 EMA test, that is awesome. We want to see Bitcoin try and surpass back up towards the range daily low, which sits at the 44,000. We sustain that and get above 44. This move has been premeditated to start working up. Where have you seen this move before? We go across and we see it right here. The big sell-off, which in principle has led to the move back up. Logic says that if we are now going to hold Bitcoin at this point, the proof of the pudding will be as follows, because we do have Bitcoin showing this following structure. M formation, rise up, comes back down, and you can have an M formation that is higher than the previous one, okay? But they're leaving clues behind, ladies and gentlemen. They're leaving the clues behind. Look at the red vectors right here. One zone right there. We got a little zone right here. You got this red vector by the tone of 3. 1, 2, 3. So the logic says that we expect Bitcoin to try and make a bit of a reversal from here. Quickly going over to Exo charts to have a look at what's going on over there. Let's pull this bad boy. Look at what Bitcoin's doing. So this is the 5-day chart, and we are now in the value area low for the 5-day chart. The lowest point that they managed to succeed at is at 43,153. Look at the contracts. They're getting a little bit light right now. No one's really transacting inside of this zone. Now, just consider what's been going on in the last 2-3 hours. It's been moving down relatively fast. We've got a pause, okay? Now, the pause is there's lots of bids that have been absorbed right now in the marketplace, okay? Go back into the book map. Let's have a look. Zoom out. And let's look at where that area was earlier on today. You see that from the live stream from earlier on. We were talking about this area, that there was interest for the bids to come in. Look at them. They have just swept that liquidity, completely wiped it. Now the idea is that after this big move to the downside, these bids, this is the logic, the bids now have marked down lower, implying aggressive selling, but passively buying, right? Those guys, in principle, are going to start playing the sell game, which means we should start seeing sell orders coming into play on the book. Now, we do see some more liquidity down below, which is at the 42,800, 43,000, 42,900 zone, okay? So there is potential for Bitcoin to still attack that point. But what you're looking for, because everyone now is probably running to go short. That's the truth, okay? They're running to go short. And if Bitcoin is going to sustain the idea of a move even further to the downside, okay, they'll be going into territories where volatility will be thrive. So they'll snap reverse. Now we've got the 800 EMA right here. We've gone beyond the range daily low right here, gone beyond the psychological ranges, okay? And there's not really any news that is triggering this sell-off, okay? We go into the NASDAQ and the S&P, you can see they're fine. Look what's going on. You know, look what's going on there. Even with the NASDAQ and the S&P earlier on, we shared this projection for them, for the guys in the platinum sector, well, whatever it was, okay? We anticipated that NASDAQ and S&P were going to make a move up to come back down into the VWAP, okay? There were two zones in particular where they absorbed the imbalances. And here is this example right here. Look at this on the NASDAQ. Come back. These were our zones. I said at the start of the video, be mindful. They're going to sweep up this liquidity right here, reverse back down into the VWAP. Notice, they've come up towards that point, didn't fully take it, but they came into our zone. They come back down to the new session VWAP and went back down into the existing session VWAP, as in the whole day's VWAP, sorry, the London session right there. And they've come back into this imbalance zone right here. There's one thing that I can promise you with the NASDAQ and the S&P, all right? They're always going to do this game of away from the VWAP, back into the VWAP, all right? And it plays out really well. So the guys hopefully may have been able to take advantage of that today if they caught it in time. I believe they did catch it in time, whether it was to the upside or to the downside, all right? But we can see that the NASDAQ is just doing its normal thing. I'm not worried about the NASDAQ at all, okay? So we just got to take that into consideration. Look, it's a quiet day for the market, in my opinion, in the stock market. But with Bitcoin's behavior, I'm of the impression that this is a manipulative move which has been designed to just buy as much Bitcoin as possible at the highest point in the lowest range, okay? When I say highest point at the lowest range, it simply means that if we're moving to the upside, we're going to see the same behavior that we saw right here, okay? It's going to happen from this point, okay? That's what we're looking for right now, ladies and gentlemen. The question is, how many of you are running shorts right now? Okay, we're going to have a look at some altcoins. Excuse me. What we got here? What we got here? I beg you show them the wick, bruv. Yeah, well, it's nothing, man. Don't the wick. Here we go. Bitcoin paved the way for ETH and XRP ETFs. Bitcoin will be pulled from the stock market. It's not so in the not so distant future. Well, hold on a second. Right, Bitcoin playing with the big boys now. Only real investors invest in assets with utility. Okay, see, gentleman Bobby does have a point. Now that Bitcoin is prone to Wall Street can step in. But just because it's prone to Wall Street down, it can also be prone to Wall Street back up, okay? Take that into consideration as well. Just look. We go down into the actual ETF. Look, man, I gave you guys the heads up that this is what happens with ETFs. Wait a week. Okay, so now the logic says that wait until Monday, we start a new trading week, happy days. The weekend's going to be coming as well, all right? So the weekend, we've got plenty of time to see recoveries in Bitcoin. But what I actually do think is going to happen is from now up until the close tonight in the New York markets, right? I would expect Bitcoin to try and recover the majority of this move, okay? That's what I would be expecting. And granted, this candlestick right here is going to be the proof of the pudding. Why? Because right now it's 5:20 in the evening UK time. Markets are pretty much done. The legacy markets are probably going to sit sideways and not go anywhere, similar to what Euro has done today. Terrible day for Euro. Gold has been a little bit nice for us, if we just go into gold. Made the move up, and now it's looking to try and come back down. It's a bit volatile, but we're seeing that flavor coming into play with gold. We kind of projected this flavor out earlier on with gold. So if we just go and have a look at where gold is right now, here we go. So this is what we were looking for with gold, to sweep up to then come back down again. So it exceeded the stop run zone, went all the way up towards that 2062. So this is what you got to factor in when you're playing this game. If you're already expecting it to come down, let them make the fast move up. That's what you're looking for. The same way when you're looking for Bitcoin to go up, you're looking for the fast move down, because the idea is that people that are seeing Bitcoin going down, they are bidding price. They are picking it all up, okay? Quickly go back into the book map and have a look at what we got down here. So we've got this continuous, look at this. This is a controlled move, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it. It's a controlled move down. Drop, retrace, drop, retrace, drop, retrace, drop. It's a controlled, collected move. what you got to be mindful of is when Bitcoin moves down, you don't necessarily see limit buys. That's where imbalances happen in the marketplace. Now, let me give you an example of an imbalance in the chart so you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, Tino, man, what are you doing, bro? Here we go. Let's just bring this over here. I need to just bring this down here, man. So frustrating when you've got, because I've got an ultra wide and it's really winding me up. Here we go. All right then. So let's mark that off here and let's get S&P up and I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So if I zoom into NASDAQ and give you an example of where an imbalance comes into play, where price moves aggressively when there's no one hitting. Here you go. Here's an example here. You see this? See that gap right there? Okay. That can happen when there is one dominating side on the bid or the ask. Clearly, these are the bids. They've bidded down at speed, okay? No one's come in on the offer, all right? So price had to move aggressively down, okay? And that's what happened. What happens after that? We get the imbalance back up. So they recover that area because they cannot allow the market to have an empty shop, all right? Now, on the book map itself, Bitcoin's not showing us that. It's not showing us that bold movement, okay? They did it yesterday when we had the big pump to the upside. Let me just try and pull that up for you, where we didn't really have that many limit sales coming into play. Where is it? Here we go. You see this here? Just there you go, this area right here. I don't even know if you can see it. That zone right there, okay? When you zoom into that point, you can see you don't have that many contracts coming in, whereas on this one you do, all right? So the imbalance right there has effectively been filled. They've come back into it. Happy days. Now, when you look at this, look at the commitment. You've got bids aggressively coming in. This is consistent with support coming in this range. And the support range is at 43,460 and 42,600. Allow the asset that you're trading to have the freedom to move in that range. Don't be placing longs in this area and only giving yourself a $200-300 move for Bitcoin. Don't do that. You're going to get shaken out. And then you're going to be like, okay, you know what? I believe price is going to continue down. And then you're going to be the guy that goes short. And then you're going to see price reverse back out. And you're playing this battle all the time. Okay? If you want to be more concerned, look, imbalance, look at this. Plus 39% at the top. Look at that. You see that? It says plus 45. There is aggressive bids being hit right now. That means price is going down. Look. Price is going down, okay? So aggressive bids are coming in. I need to just go over to this point right here and understand where we are. We got any finalized contracts? So 11 million was traded at this point. It's 2% more than what it originally had traded at 10.75 million. Anything else inside of this area that we need to be very cautious of to project the idea of them likely coming back down again? We've got this area at 3.96, 275. Don't really have anything else there. We've got this area at 27, 235, 17 at 43. Now, by the logic of the whole and half number, there is a possibility they could attack that zone. But they've been attacking the lows significantly with all these bids coming into play. There's going to be some realized profits coming into play very, very shortly, which is where the vector candle comes into play, okay? Now, look, Bitcoin's stalling. The only way that this is going to pick up speed is if we go to the 5-minute time frame and have a look. Is the green vector there? Let's have a look. Green vector? No vectors. All right, so things are starting to slow down. Now we need to pay attention. For anybody that wants to try and play any longs, the conservative way to play a long in this area, because you've missed the short in principle, right? Is you need to see green vector candles appearing inside of these zones. They have to show that they want to hold price. Some of you might look at this and think, oh, I've missed out on the move to the downside. No, you haven't. Not at all. Because when you put the logic of bids, these guys have placed active orders. They've liquidated retail traders who have been long and they've taken advantage of their shorts. Those shorts have then been matched with orders of buy orders on the back of the sales, okay? So guys that have been buying Bitcoin as prices drop. So if we go over to the high block itself, look at what we got here. You've got people stepping in. Look, buys. They're fighting, buying up. And Bitcoin will probably keep sweeping until it finalizes at the 43 range before it reverses. That's what we've got to build into our idea of price going up, okay? Shortly after the live today, I did continue to trade a little bit and I managed to exploit the S&P moving up straight after the live. So it took about a $200, I was broke even for the day and I managed to exploit it on the S&P and managed to recover So it was $16 loss and then $730 right there. So total, we took 10 trades on the account, and I took 2 of them in front of you all, and then I came back and finalized the 5 and loaded up and exploited the position to see the sweep up, which is what we were looking for during the live, okay? And that's what I wanted to convey over to you guys, and that point was right here on the S&P. All right, so where was it? You see this area here, we were trading at the top side of that range. I'll quickly pull up the order book right here. So we were inside of this area over here, right? And we wanted to see it try and sweep up. They did sweep up the liquidity, and then we started to see the orders coming in. Look, this is exhaustion right here. You got buyers coming in at top side at 386, okay? And then you had sellers matching into that. That's where price started to stall out after they made the sweep to the upside. They hit the imbalances on the S&P. Green vector candles coming into play. Stopping volume candle at the top right there. Deviation away from the moving average to see price come back down again. The S&P and the NASDAQ do this every single bloody day, and it doesn't stop. Bitcoin is a bit slow. It doesn't really do much. It just holds out, but when it does move, it really moves. But Bitcoin's move is premeditated, because we can assume that if they're loading Bitcoin up here, we're getting ready to see Bitcoin move up. Now, everybody's doing the idea of sell the news event. You've just encouraged the biggest product out there in cryptocurrency. Who's going to be buying it if Bitcoin's going to be cheap, if Bitcoin's dropping? Psychologically, people ain't going to be getting involved in something like that, are they now? So we need a reason to get into it, okay? So this move down is probably their last attempt to try and say, all right, let's get it cheaper. Let's buy it up, because they have to buy the Bitcoin for the ETF. And they're not going to be paying premium now, are they? No, they're going to be paying at a discount. So this logically is your discount, okay? Quickly going into higher time frames a second. Go on the 1 hour time frame. We've got this stop-in volume candle principle coming into play. Hopefully this turns into a vector candle and it turns positive green or blue, even better, violet, okay? If it can turn violet, that's even better for us, okay? Now, going into even higher time frames, 4 hour time frame finishes in 2 hours and 35 minutes, okay? No vector. 200 EMA tap. Recovery of the green vector candles right there. Happy days. Recovery of the wick. For anybody that is new to the channel, you know, yesterday's video, we were talking about matching up the vector candles. You're seeing it coming in through and through. Now we've got the tap of the 200 EMA. We move up another time frame, 8 hour chart, to understand where we are. And then as you go higher time frames, you'll see that the move is not that bad. It's a nice little retrace. We want that, okay? We've got the wicks, 1, 2, and potentially the third wick right here, which could turn into a stopping volume candle. We go into the 12 hour chart. Are we seeing the no vector? Okay, then. Keep on going from that point. Another 8 hours, go to 20. And then we can see violet vector candle puts things into perspective for us. Look at that. Now, how many of you, the OGs, the hybrid system traders, on a scale of, let's put it like this, how many of you, in terms of confidence, believe that this candle is going to get recovered 50%? So from the top side of that point, how many of you have the belief that Bitcoin is likely to come back up to the 44,864 as long as this candle stays as a violet vector candle? Type 1 if you think that that's going to be the case. Type 2 if you think Bitcoin at the start of the next candle, which is in 2.5 hours time, is simply going to roll over. I want to know where your heads are at. I want to know where your heads are at. This is it. This is the question. Bitcoin will dump to 32, but won't pump above 40. Meanwhile, alts get a new leg up. Bitcoin is done. Wow, do you know what? It's madness. Like, yesterday, everyone was pumped, you know? We won't see 44 again. We'll never see 51. We'll never see this. We'll never see that. Listen, man. We would never see 30 again when we were here. This is the bullshit story of crypto, okay? Honestly, it's BS. Bitcoin was here yesterday. We will never see 30 again. It's in exactly the same spot. We will never see 44 and we're down to 30. Doesn't make sense, does it? Welcome to trading. The realm of uncertainty, ladies and gentlemen. Now, most of you are saying that you believe it's going to recover up. Awesome. Okay. Now let's go into another time frame to put things into perspective. Bang. The daily. Look at that. It has now broken the 5 and 13 EMA. Do we have any vectors? No, we don't. Has it closed below the cloud yet? No. The holder has now got an opportunity to pick up Bitcoin cheaper, okay? Don't start your DCA when you see it selling off. Wait until this candlestick closes to understand if that's going to be the logic. Because what could end up happening from this point right now, conventional traders that use the Japanese candlesticks by Principles by Stephen Nissen, go and get that book if you are brand new to trading and have no idea what's going on, okay? Go and get Steve Nissen's book. It's a bit of an expensive book. It's an old book. I've got both of his books. I've got all his books, sorry, when I first started out trying to understand these candlesticks, okay? It's a lovely book, proper thick red, you know, the flavor. Anyways, what could happen from here, okay, is a bit of a pattern that usually occurs. Now, morning star pattern, evening star patterns, they usually happen after a big move to the downside and then a big move to the upside, all right? But usually it's where reversals come into play. The next candlestick needs to hold either inside of this range and give us a little bit of a wick. That's what we're looking for. Something little like this, all right? And then let me just move this here. There you go. Something little like this to try and come back up. That's what we're looking for. Build this into your DCA, okay? Remember, you DCA at the lowest point, all right? Fundamentally, DCA is when there's an upwards trend. You fade the market, then you load it up and continue. You DCA on the rise, retrace, continuation. Rise up, here we go. Up it goes, DCA in that range. Come back up, you realize a return, awesome. Again, DCA, load up, rise up. It's like an equilibrium, okay? Cause and effect, right? So you've been waiting for Bitcoin to make a move up. Wonderful. What's it done? It's now come back down. This is your DCA range, okay? Cool. What'd you do? You then wait to see Bitcoin moving back up, because if the narrative says that Bitcoin's now got access to all this capital from Wall Street with the ETF, we're now going to wait and see if it actually entices people to step in, all right? They're going to want to promote this product. Honestly, they are going to want to promote it. If they do promote it and it doesn't get any traction, we're done. Then we only can have to rely on Bitcoin cryptocurrency people to start lifting Bitcoin's price. That means it's old money, all right? So we've got to take that into consideration. Remember, when you're doing this DCA game, 20, 20, 20, 40, okay? Always have that 40 behind you. And don't go 40 in one and then 60 after. You're just going to lose your money. You've got to have that leeway behind you. You must, so that you can act, so that you can react. And where you can take advantage of a sharp move like this to the downside. And if you've been going 20, say you went 20 here, Bitcoin's made this move to the downside, and you load up 40 hypothetically in this area, you still got a little bit of a 20 left, right? Because you feel like this could be a reversal point. Bitcoin sharply moves back up. You've made a nice killing on Bitcoin. Close off the 40. Wait. Take the profits from the 40. Then you've got price up here. It comes back down again. You load up your 20. At least you've made a return on your 40. See what I mean? That, in my opinion, is how you should really be looking at the DCA game, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm frank with you. Okay? Here we go. Add some more margin. Liquidation point now much further away. Should be safe for now. All right, Richard. Richard, listen. If you're having to add to your margin, then I'm not one to say, add to your margin, because that's what these moves are about. They're about squeezing traders to commit more margin to move their positions. But if the bigger picture that you're looking for price to go higher, okay, then naturally the first instance where you put your margin may not have absorbed this whole move, okay? So there has to be some form of leniency, and this is where you got to break the rules. You got to have leniency when you are doing this sort of adding to margin. Don't add to margin if there is a clear indication that it's breaking down. Do you have the view that it's breaking down? By logic of the hybrid, we haven't even tapped the 50 EMA yet. We're in the cloud of volatility, okay? Logic says that we could come back down into this wick. If you're adding your margin and it allows you to see Bitcoin come back to this point and you're okay, then fine, all right? But sometimes cutting the trade is just as good. And you can cut trades. You can change direction. I get if you're doing spot and what have you, and you can't do leverage, but for the guy that can, all right? Just take that into consideration. I'll always say it, man. I shared this image all right? I put it in the Discord, and I'm going to read it to you, okay? And it's an analogy, right? And this is the exercise I gave the guys in the platinum section. I'm going to share it to you right now, okay? Here is an exercise. This sits in line with the golden rule of 2 hours, okay? The 2-hour rule says that if your position has not realized a profit within 2 hours of opening, you must kill the trade. What I like to do is say over and over to myself when I'm in a live trade, am I wrong with this play? I keep asking myself that during a position. Intuitively, I end up holding the trade and it goes in my favor because I can't find the reason to get out. By maintaining this question in my mind keeps my emotions in check. Because if I'm looking for something that I can't find, it's probably not there until it is. That's how I try and keep my emotions in check in trading. Because I'm still human, man. I get vexed when I'm driving. What do you think trading's going to do to me? Okay? I know I come across as someone that speaks quite aggressive and loud and fast. Trust me, I'm a pretty chilled out dude. Okay? Just when I lose my tone. You know how it is. Anyways, any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Crazy. After this liquidation event, when we go to 50 to 52K, where do you see us going? Also, we might get a recession in Q2. Do you think we will see a big crash? Wonderful question, my friend, by Crazy. Right, here we go. So, will we see a crash? Well, where are we? Interest rates are being compromised right now on the back of inflation going back up again. Problem, Fed's getting all hawkish again. What does that mean? Dollar looks a bit more lucrative. Why? Because if they're going to increase interest rates, foreign investors are going to start putting their money back into dollars. They've been taking it all out, and the dollar dominance itself has only appreciated ever so slightly to 102.74. So that means it's 2% appreciated. That means dollars purchasing power has increased by 2%. Cool. Now, if they're going to say that they're going to increase the interest rates again, right, then that means foreign investors are going to plant their money into dollar. That means they ain't going to be buying stocks. They're going to be buying or sitting in cash on dollars. That's when the stock market, or should I say the Forex market, gives us the biggest moves. When interest rates are going to get adjusted and the talk of interest rates starts to happen. Because if you notice, we ain't talking about interest rates as much in the stock market anymore. We're all about all-time highs now, okay? They're not bothered about that. The treasuries have been very volatile, okay? Now, the treasury market itself tells you if investors are favoring low risk or high risk. Well, the stock market is rising and the bonds market isn't rising as much. So it tells you that the auction between the stock market and the bonds market is saying that investors are favoring risk, okay? But we're at all-time highs. We haven't really had the full absorption of these interest rates just yet. Now, if they do decide that they're not going to cut the interest rates and keep them on hold, that's going to smack the economy. And we've already got a bit of a bizarre behavior happening. You've got the economy contracting in essence, but you've got a strong labor market. Are these numbers right? It doesn't make sense. You've got high interest rates. The economy is contracting, even though data is coming in saying that the cost of goods is coming down. This is just inflationary measures. These are the readings for inflation, okay? But when the economy starts to slow down, if we go back into last week's data, we had the ISM manufacturing that came in lower. Well, it came in below 50, so it's a contraction. So that means we haven't got any expansive. The economy is not expanding, right? It's contracting at that point. We go into, where is it? The ISM services PMI, that also came in lower than what they projected. And that's a jump from 52 down to 50.6, okay? So that is in essence potentially starting a contraction in the manufacturing sector. If we've got contractions in the economy, then the interest rates, even though they may be held for a little while higher, the Fed's going to stick with its 2% mandate. What about Bitcoin? Well, when will Bitcoin be that hedge against inflation? Well, look, you've got to understand this, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to say to yourself, is it really a hedge against inflation? Has the ETF allowed that? Because listen, the ETF, mark my words here, ETFs are part of the money markets. Let's jump back to a little while ago, okay? Investors weren't necessarily going into bonds or the stocks. They were going into the money markets. There was a surge of people going into money markets. Do you remember when Apple got into bed with Goldman Sachs and they were offering that discount on, that interest savings account? Well, that's been done, put in the bin now. But do you remember that when they were offering that savings account and everyone's just like going to Apple and just investing their money there, all right, in a savings account backed by Goldman Sachs? If we go and look at that time, you'll find that people were loading up on ETFs, the money markets, and they were plowing their money into that, all right? Then, of course, as the stock market started to climb back up again, people took it out of the money markets, and then decided to start putting it back into the stock market, okay? Dates, you want to go and check out the money markets? Well, hey, we got a little bit of flavors. Here we go. Let's have a look now on the book map for a split second. Hold on a second. Are we getting anything? Limit sales coming in, minus 27% right there. That's good news for us. So that's really important to pay attention to, guys, the money markets, because that's what an ETF is. It's part of a money market game. And that's where Bitcoin comes in, okay? Because it's now part of a money market. So there could be some days when the markets are actually dropping, but then people are favoring the money markets to just capture that little bit of volatility, but still maintain a little bit of risk, diversify their portfolios. Bitcoin is now part of that flavor, ladies and gentlemen. So in essence, Bitcoin now can fall into the category of trying to hedge against inflation, okay? But then when you think about it, we're talking about fiat and Bitcoin, right? I watched this film last night, and it actually said at the bottom, in 2045, there would be an absolute chaos. Fiat currency would be deemed worthless, and EMP completely wipes out all electronic and digital money. Can you believe that? But what about Bitcoin? You know? Obviously, it wasn't a true film. Could you imagine 2045 that happens? Oh my God. Anyways, let's just have a look at what we got going off here. Tino, we all know Bitcoin to 47. We all know. We all know. Okay. People go ETF, they see new potential. Okay, Bitcoin will never touch 37K again. All right, listen. Never say never, all right? You can say Bitcoin will never touch 37K again. But they said Bitcoin will never touch 100. Bitcoin will never touch this. Bitcoin will never touch that. Don't ever say something that you fully well know cannot be the case. Okay? Can it do that indefinitely with confidence? Because 37K, right? It's not that far away. It's not bad. Go into the daily time frame to put things into perspective for you. Okay, 37K puts us here. That's not bad. That'll be a nice correction. That'll be decent. You can't just think Bitcoin's going up all the time. Like, come on. It doesn't work like that. It moves up, consolidates, moves up, consolidates. Then you get a bit of a trend. Okay? No different to what we see happening here. And what people aren't really talking about, Bitcoin's only 20% away from its all-time high. And we've got a halving coming into play. Could you imagine Bitcoin going up to its all-time highs before the halving? Man. So then what price would Bitcoin normalize at with the halving itself? Can you imagine? So that's where those wild price projections of like 500, 600K come into play. Well, will they? Like, are they invalid? You know? Because a 200K Bitcoin, 500,000 Bitcoin, okay, $500,000 Bitcoin is in principle about $10 trillion in market cap when you think about it. Is $10 trillion achievable? Well, the Forex market trades roughly around $6.7 trillion daily turnover, okay? There or thereabout. It's a lot of money, man. So it's not like we got market caps that we ain't seeing, right? Unlocking this ETF gives exposure to $32 trillion worth of wealth, according to sources. So the money is there. I know the math guys come in and say the market cap would have to be X, Y, and Z. But when you've been printing dollars for such a long time, it's infinite. It doesn't matter. So yeah, Bitcoin can go to these wild price points. XRP could go to those wild price points because as long as they've got fiat to print, it's happy days. They're always going to be printing. So encourage it, you know? Anyways, Tino, can I get in touch with help to get me back into Discord? Tried all the links. It says it's expired. Right, go into the Traders Reality website and hit us up on the chat, Dre, and you'll be able to do that. Speaking of which, how many of you are brand new to today's live stream? Ladies and gentlemen, I just need to know. Oh, Tino with glasses on. You greatly resemble Lorne Malvo from SO1 Fargo. He's a cold-blooded. That's my alter ego, bro. Can you not say that in public? I'm playing with you. Anyway, I'm joking. That switch there. I ain't going to do that again. I actually switched for a second. I'm actually quite crazy. I'm absolutely batshit crazy. I'll tell you that now. Anyways. Okay, here we go. Tino, mad love for you. Mad love to you, bro. Just started watching your streams about a month ago. Learned a lot. I went long at 44,300 with liquidation at 38,500. Should I be worried? Okay. And you got the little smiley on there like, haha, that's that. Listen, if you know how much you're prepared to lose, you shouldn't ask that question. That's the brutal truth of trading, bro. Love for you, yeah? But that's the brutal truth. If you don't know how much you're prepared to lose and you've got a liquidation point of 38,500, I'd prefer you to say I've got a stop loss at 39. I'll be like, okay, cool. You might need to adjust your stop. But if your liquidation is close to where you could be putting a stop, you're going to have a problem there because Bitcoin could potentially sweep down. You've always got to factor in what it could do, okay? And if it doesn't do it, awesome, all right? But just take that into consideration. Know how much you are prepared to lose, okay? Right, so how many people are new? I'm asking the question. So, should we buy or wait? When we say buy or wait, like, how much are you looking to buy? What's your motive? What are you looking to do with it? Are you holding it? Are you scalping it? Are you trading it now? What do we mean by should you buy or should you wait? Okay. Started today. Have we all got, so we don't have no new people in here, okay? With everything else on YouTube at the moment. Is my volume bad? What's my volume like, ladies and gentlemen? Are we good with volume, guys? Are we good with volume? I just need to check that. We should be good on volume. Old people only. Mad love and respect. Okay, then, cool. Now, I'm just looking at these questions here. I'm prepared to lose nothing. That's why I buy Bitcoin. Okay, cool. Okay, new members, press 1 if you are new. New here. Type 1 if you are new. That's all. Oh, new. Okay, we got new. Okay, cool. I'm going to give you this, then I'm going to go into a little bit more price action, and then I'm going to kill the stream for you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, new guys. With regards to these moves to the downside with Bitcoin, okay, you are going to see inside of the Traders Reality website the course that talks about these sort of candlesticks, okay? Now, these candlesticks are, you could call them the magic, okay? But they are actually representing people's behavior, okay? To be irrational and rational, okay? Now, remember, we were speaking about what was going on inside of this range right here with Bitcoin. We've just had these orders. Look, 13 million has just been bidded on the 43,600. It seems like Bitcoin's price is stabilizing right now, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens later on tonight. I won't be going live tonight, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens later on tonight to understand if this deviation away from the moving average has been a valid move down to bring it back up, okay? So you'll learn how to understand these candlesticks with the free course on the Traders Reality website. Just go and take that free course, breaking down the hybrid system, all right? You become a bronze member, costs you nothing, and you can download it, you can watch it. It's only an hour long, all right? And you'll have a better understanding of what's going on in the chart when I'm making reference to the red and green vector candles. You'll be able to download the hybrid system indicator if you go over to the info bar right here. Get on the Discord, subscribe to the channel, do all the due diligence and whatnot. But everything is free when it comes to using the indicator and understanding the system itself, okay? Now, this weekend, we're going into the development of the psychological ranges, okay? And that will be on the Saturday going into the Sunday, all right? The course talks about how to mark off your own psychological ranges and get you to do it for yourself. So imagine if you didn't have the hybrid system where it does it all for you, okay? Now, When I say at the start of the week that we always end up seeing a bold move to the upside or to the downside or an aggressive move away from the psychological ranges, I'm going to give you this exercise. Look at this. Go into the settings of the hybrid system, scroll all the way to the bottom and select show historical psychological levels, okay? Once you've done that, you'll then see the psychological levels print in the past, okay? Your goal for this weekend, as a little bit of an exercise to get you going into it, just focus on what Bitcoin does on a Monday, all right? So highlight what Monday is, and we start off on the Monday. Here we go, 1st of January, right there. That's a Monday. What happens? They aggressively move away from the psychological range. By Wednesday, Thursday, they're coming back down into it. They did the same thing here. Psychological move up to the upside. They came back to it sooner, and then they moved away from it, and they come back down sooner again, okay? We're going to talk about Bitcoin in a second. We look at the psychological range right here. They've come down away from it, go back into it, resistance, back down, back into it, resistance, okay? They roll back down again. Fast move away from the psychological range at the start of the week on the Monday, then they end up coming back into it towards the rest of the week and sometimes trading away from it. What you will find, look, away from the psychological range on the Sunday, Monday, they come back into it by what? The Thursday, all right? Just training your eyes to see that for yourself. You're then going to be able to say, all right, we're coming in towards the psychological range. And I've been watching the psychological range for a week or however long you've been watching it for. The psychological range is the first high and the first low that is formed at the start of a new trading week. Now, this is really important because it's where the market maker, in essence, fixes his spread. And it's historically a point where price can make a reversal from, okay? And you can see just by looking historically how it behaves. Where it previously sold from is where they previously broke away from it, so they come back into it to move away from it. We look at where Bitcoin is right now, and we can see that Bitcoin has come back into the same zone that they previously came into to move away from to the upside, and we've got this big aggressive move down where they happen to be holding price, okay? So the logic tells us that if the idea, and this is the truth, if the idea that Bitcoin's going to move up from this point is going to come into fruition, what more do you need? If you know how much you're prepared to lose, then what more information do you need? Because you've got to come to accept that you can pull up your deltas, you can pull up your VWAPs, you can pull up your anchors, you can pull up whatever you want, all right? You're just going round in circles. But if you understand that this move to the downside has encouraged people to go short, liquidate the longs, and market maker has been building his positions to load up on Bitcoin to try and mark it back up again, you'll start to see it forming this behavior here. If you believe that's going to be the case in line with the psychological range to start marking price back up because historically that's where they move from, okay, and you're expecting that sort of thing, welcome to the game of probabilities. You go into a poker game and the first hand that you get is a pair of aces. Statistically, you are ahead at the start of the game. Pre-flop, you are ahead. The flop comes down. You hit the nuts. 3 of a kind aces. Statistically, you are winning. You do exactly the same thing again. You play poker, you get a pair of aces. The flop comes down. You've got 3 of a kind, okay? What does the other guy have? He has a straight. Hold on a second. You've gone in with the best hand. What I'm saying to you is you can have the best setup. You can be in the best trading conditions and the trade can still go against you. Welcome to variance. It's the same thing. You can't get yourself messed up on it not working because the second you get messed up on a trade not working, you haven't fully understood your trade. You have to understand that it can go wrong. And if you don't want to accept that it can go wrong, you're better off not taking the trade. Simple as that. Because if you can't fathom it going wrong, don't take the trade. Dustbin, go away. All right? Go and place a demo trade. If you want to get the feel for it, play the game. Put a little bit of size. Put a commitment so that you are paying attention to it. And then load up. Yeah? That's how we do it. Here we go. So, Tino, I bought at 114 and now stuck. Or should I take a loss and sell now and keep trading each day to make it back or wait till it goes up? See, that's a bit of a tricky situation right now, man. Okay? You've got to never get into the flavor of catch up. Okay? Never get into the flavor of catch up. because you're just going to be making irrational decisions. You should be in a position where you say to yourself, I know how much I'm prepared to lose. If you're not answering that question at the start of your trade, don't take the trade. You have to know when to get out so that you can reset and come back into the game again. Okay? Will Bitcoin recover this drop? So the chat have done 1,500 votes, 1,519 votes. And it says, yes, it's only liquidating the longs. No, Bitcoin is done. And you get mad at me for being negative. Huh? Come on. Bitcoin ain't done. Till I say so. Let's have a look at Sol. Here we go. Let's go and have a look at Solange. All right, then. So, Sol, there we go. Like, come on. Altcoins have not moved as bad as you would expect them to move. No, they haven't. Where's BNB? There's still, BNB's doing fine. Doge, come back into that range. Fine. Waves, fine. XRP, come on. What do you think this thing's gonna do? Huh? It's same thing every day. I don't even need to look at it anymore. Okay, Bitcoin's trying to make a move back up. Here we go. Holding out. All right then. Anything else? Sir, Bitcoin, where is support area buy? Go back in the stream the last 20 minutes and you'll know. Welcome. Hook Echo, how you doing? Welcome. Mad love to all the new people subscribing. FTM held the grounds. Let's have a look at FTM. Let's actually have a look at all the altcoins for a second. Let's go. Let's have a look at those bad boys and understand where we are. Where's the open interest on BTC? Okay. Yeah, now look at that, 62%. Not many longs are coming in just yet. But then if you start seeing the longs coming into play on open interest, that could also imply that there's buy to covers coming into play. So the sellers, the short sellers, are selling off their position. So they're buying it back, okay, to realize a return. Remember that, okay? Let's just go back into this. Here we go. Right. 2.4 billion sold on shorts on Bitcoin, 43.57, okay? Spot, 62 million sold. Spot purchase, 34 million. Spot sold, 46. They're getting rid of a lot of BTC on spot. That is rough. Lots of spot is being sold. Sell the news. That's what it is. Token coin's been doing okay with some relatively decent volume. What else have we got? Yeah, we try and calm down, man. Tony Montagna, I know, it's hard. It is hard, but this is it, you know? Okay, you need to get your head out of this insane Bitcoin bubble, Tino, and start looking at the bigger picture. The bigger picture. Did you not know about my 8K projection? Come on. The bigger picture. See, I say the projection from a technical point of view on the logic of the hybrid system, okay? Whatever happens to Bitcoin, just accept that Bitcoin is prone to emotions, okay? Every Bitcoin holder right now, well, if you picked up Bitcoin at 0.002, okay, you have nothing to worry about, okay? You could die, come back to life, and Bitcoin will still be 10K, okay? You still be live, you still be good. If you held 1 million of those coins, you're laughing, it doesn't matter, all right? But what you've got to understand now that we're going into this ETF story, okay? Bitcoin can only really surpass movements to the upside if all people that are young, like young people, children from the ages of 5 to go up, they need to be educated on cryptocurrency to get them to get their liquidity into the marketplace. Because if it ain't coming from Wall Street, then it's just going to be the same money recycled in cryptocurrency. Then that's where Bitcoin will end up becoming a utility coin and a store of value. And it won't go up and it won't go down. It will be like XRP. It will be like USDT. It will be a stable coin, okay? You can buy as much of Bitcoin as you want. But if there's no one else on the back end of it buying it, then we're pretty much, or selling it. Yeah, okay, the law of supply and demand comes into play, but if there's no one to sell into, then naturally it's just not going to be there. And that's what we need. We need Wall Street, which means Bitcoin is going to be prone to crashes. All right, it will. How far? Different story. But we have to take what we've got, all right? The bigger picture on BTC simply puts it into perspective, all right? Look at the monthly time frame on Bitcoin. Let's remove this. The monthly time frame of Bitcoin. Green vectors down here, nothing else over here. They've recovered the red vectors. There's nothing else for them to recover now, okay? That's on the monthly time frame, right? Go to the 2-week chart. Green vector 1, green vector 2, green vector 3, stopping volume candle. Fundamentally, that could be the place where Bitcoin rolls over. We don't know. It's trading above the 5 and 13 EMA. Got no worries to see Bitcoin go down, okay? But don't ever think that Bitcoin is not prone to it, because oil is on the principle of supply and demand. The days they come up and say, yeah, we're going to cut the supply by 2 million barrels, all right? Imagine they say we're going to cut the supply of BTC by 2 million. Just imagine that, okay, hypothetically. Cut Bitcoin supply 2 million. We'll put it back into play. Bitcoin will go up, Bitcoin will go down. All right? Bitcoin is part of that now. Bitcoin is part of that commodity story. Okay? That's just my opinion on it, ladies and gentlemen. Now that we're using Bitcoin and it's going to start going into people's portfolios as an ETF and all of that jazz, the same way it can move up because people are buying it, it's the same way those same people are going to want to take profits on ETFs. And as an ETF, it's going to be prone to money market behavior. People are going to start moving money around, investors, hedge fund managers, and the Bitcoin's ETF is going to be part of that. Remember, all the ETFs collectively come to around $56 billion market cap. That's every single Bitcoin ETF before this ETF got approved. All right? So 56 billion is not that much. Hopefully, it's more in the future, okay? But that's what we really got to put into perspective, you know, with the bigger picture of everything. Like, you've just got to say to yourself, whatever happens, happens. If we're seeing Bitcoin go to 50,000, goes to 60, 70, awesome, happy days, all right? Bitcoin to 500,000, a little bit too far away from that. Got a better chance of Bitcoin hitting 8K than I have 100K right now, okay? So it's one of those stories, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Well, we're pretty much evens, to be fair, at 50K, for example, okay? Cool. But Bitcoin is not needed, bro. Yes, I understand Bitcoin is not needed. You know, we need oil, we don't need Bitcoin. Again, yes. All right, I'm having this debate with you, Mr. Carter, okay? It's the Carter 2, people. Listen, we don't need Bitcoin. But one thing you can't kill is someone's want. I don't need a cigarette, my bro. I want one. Are people addicted? People want it. You can't kill the want. You can say, they don't need it, man. Nah, don't worry about it. You don't need it. Shut up, bro. I want it. Do you need that car? No, it doesn't rely. It's not going to provide me any oxygen. I'm not going to have to rely on my life. It's going to be based on this car. No, but I want it. It's a different logic, isn't it? And that's the thing about Bitcoin. People don't need it. They want it. And I've always said it. It's always a fashionable coin. That's the thing about Bitcoin, man. You know? So I hope that makes sense. How much high are we going until 44? Where's this? Listen, what's this 44, 41, 31, 38, 37 dump? What's this story about? Where are we getting these prices from? Okay? And I really want to know where people are getting these prices from, that it has to go to 37, 31, 32. Why? What's the significance? If we're going to go by the logic of vector candles, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are being way too conservative, because if this is going to be a collapse, Bitcoin's coming down to 32. Okay, cool. After that, we'll go to 29. After that, we'll go down to 27. Why are we stuck in the 30s? Oh, because Bitcoin can't go down below 37. Shit, that's right. Because people think that. Who are people? To Bitcoin, it's nothing. But someone's concept of value will always change. At the end of the day, people will buy Bitcoin, people will sell Bitcoin. If one of those things stops, then of course, it will be impossible for Bitcoin to go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, mad love and respect for passing through. I hope I've brought a little bit of light into your eyes, into your ears. Mad love for subscribing to the channel. Make sure you like the stream on the way out and go check out tradersreality.com. And I will check in with you beautiful people on Monday. Platinum members, I'll be getting a video over to you very, very shortly. Take care of yourselves, gang. Mad love and respect. Peace.
Hello, and welcome to another update video about Bitcoin. Yeah, on the Bitcoin chart, we take a look at the daily first. Daily chart provides us with the bigger picture, and we can see that there are currently two scenarios on this chart. In the first scenario, and we've already entered that support area recently on Friday. In the first scenario, the wave 4 is unfolding, which is a corrective structure, often more like a sideways correction. For this scenario, the support level of $35,000 is important. Now I have to say, it doesn't mean we have to come down to 35, but it takes a $35,000 level break to suggest that something more bearish is happening. For now, I assume that we are in this fourth wave because we're holding above support. But I also assume that the correction isn't yet finished, so we'll just need to see if the 35K level is holding or not. And if it does, a fifth wave to possibly 60, 65K is expected. Yeah. But first of all, this fourth wave needs to unfold, and it might take a little while to complete. Could be several weeks or even months for a fourth wave to complete, especially on this wave degree. So that's one scenario. In this scenario, the price already formed the A wave on Friday with this dip. Now we could get a B wave and then a C wave down into the wave 4 support area. That's one scenario. That's the short term, also short term bullish, if you want to say it like that, because we wouldn't have a very strong or very sharp drop below 35K. 35K should hold support if this scenario is what's playing out, and if support is holding, then we should see a fifth wave afterwards. In another scenario, which is also bullish but short term more bearish, the price would break through 35K, and until it does that, there's no way of saying which one it is. So I've mentioned throughout this increase already in October, November, that if we arrive at this point here around 50K, we will first of all have to assume that the shorter or the nearest support level is going to be relevant, and only if it breaks, only then we can really assume that the B wave is unfolding. However, they are both scenarios for which you should plan. They're both scenarios for which you should plan, especially considering that before halvings historically, there has been a shakeout of traders. There has been a shakeout. There have been deep pullbacks before every halving. Now, I'm not a great, promoter of that because, if something happened in the past, when something happened in the past, doesn't mean it has to happen again. Of course not. It's often just the opposite. However, it's still a scenario on the chart, and we have a very clear level to watch, 35K, and we know that if that level breaks, then something more bearish is clearly going to unfold. However, it would only be short-term bearish. It wouldn't be really bearish. I would use this as a gift and basically scale in. Okay, if we come down very low or if we have a very, very strong breakdown or pullback, I should say, in a bullish market, that's a gift. Now, in that period, for example, altcoins might outperform. Depends. I think they might outperform in a wave 4. I'm not sure if they will outperform if we have a very sharp pullback in a B wave, but we'll see. And Ether might start to outperform. We talked about that as well. But yeah, it really takes a break below that 35K level. And then in a, let's say, lower B wave scenario, I also have a support area on the chart with 4 Fibonacci levels that we can watch. 19,870 and 31,558 are the ones that constrain the support zone. So these are the two main support areas relevant for the two main bullish scenarios on this chart. Only if we get a sustained break below that 20K level down there, I will assume that a bear market is back, and then I will probably stop to scale in and wait for basically 8 to 10K maybe. That's nothing I'm expecting right now, because we're holding above two massive support areas. I know there are people out there on Twitter that are calling for 10K. Now, that's not how the analysis works. That's just, they just point out their opinion and they mention possibilities. Of course, it's a possibility, but how can you say that as, you know, if we're holding above support levels? It's just a little bit premature. It's a little bit premature. And just trading based on an opinion doesn't really make any sense. We want to trade based on data, right? Okay, so that is what makes sense. So let's go to the shorter time frame, and we're now on the 1 hour chart. This hasn't really changed since the last video. The idea is still that somewhere in this region we should see a bounce and a B wave could start. If you see a bounce above 44K, that's the signal, that's our signal that this B wave might have started. And ideally such a B wave would react to either 45K, 46K or 47.3K. I've added the 38.2 retracement level as well, because it's sometimes a level where, for example, the A wave in the B wave reacts. Remember that also a B wave is a 3-wave move, so something like that could happen. A, B, C, okay? Just pointing out where the A wave could react to. And at the moment, I have no evidence that the B wave has started. It could have, and I'm very much watching for a B wave right now. But as long as we stay below 44K, one more low is possible into this region here. So that means if there is one more low, this is the area where we can watch for another reaction, possibly 40,570, 40,295, and 39K. So just some projections, not super reliable, but some projections where the price might find a reaction and then start the B wave from there. At the moment, you also should see, or should take note of the fact that the price is still holding the trend line above the trend line. So, you know, it also takes a break. I think
transfer a self-directed individual brokerage account over to Robinhood and receive a one-time.
Welcome back to a brand new
A wave doesn't need 5 waves. An A wave only needs 3. But at the moment, due to the consolidation, another low seems possible and probable. But it's not anything I would trade for, given that an A wave can also have 3 waves. Okay, so it's just sort of literally the last bit that could happen here to the downside, and nothing that needs to happen. So I'm very much watching for this B wave to start either from here or from down here. And then as soon as we get into the B wave resistance area, we can watch these fibs for potential reactions and a potential start for wave C to the downside. This is probably what we're going to watch for next week as we're heading into a new trading week. But I don't think there's anything else to add. So I hope you liked the update. If you did, please hit the like button, leave a comment and subscribe. And if you really like the content, then please check out the channel membership. Also, make sure that you follow us on Instagram and Twitter for additional content.
Crypto news video where I bring you crypto news every single day in the most no BS kind of way. Now, today, of course, the markets are taking a massive dump. We're going to talk about the reasons why. Is it time to panic? But importantly, what you need to be doing next. As I always say, guys, you must keep up to date with the news in crypto because things turn every single day and you can always find a way to take advantage of what happens next. But today's video isn't just going to talk about why the markets are red, mainly regarding the ETFs. We're going to be talking about 3 very big important altcoins we all know and love: Injective, Near Protocol, Algorand, and Hedera, and what they have done. Today's a very big news video. You're going to want to pay attention, I'm telling you right now. So first of all, the Bitcoin crypto heat map here, we can see Bitcoin is down almost 10% on the day so far. Most of the market is down as well, but not just down, not just in the light red, in the dark red as well. So it's been a big bloodshed. We're going to talk about the reasons why. We did call it, right? We knew the ETFs were going to dump on the day of the news. If you don't already know, in crypto, most of the time, it's buy the rumor, sell the news. Now, we have some important levels to keep an eye on over the next 3 months until the crypto halving. We have this level over here, $34,000, a 20% drop from back over here. Right now, it's a bit less than a 20% drop. It's about a 15% drop. And we also have the $30,000 level as well, which is more or less speaking about a 25% drop from here. So these are levels to look out for. I don't think we'll fall past $35,000 Bitcoin, just an FYI. I definitely don't think we'll go as far down beneath the $30,000 level, that's for sure. But keep your eyes out because this will still give us a very good time to buy altcoins. Now, speaking of the altcoins, what are we looking at today? Well, there's not many gainers. We have FTX tokens surprisingly up the most at 17%, which is pretty decent. We have Helium, Blur, and Sui up as well, but nothing to really write home about. We do have the top losers to actually write home about. Bonk, Thorchain, Solana, AVAX, Bitcoin, SV, even our beloved Bitcoin is down around 10%, as I mentioned before, on the day or more. So yeah, again, good DCA day today, but of course, is it going to go lower? Well, you don't really want to take that chance. It's always good to dollar cost average, even if we keep going down. Yes, sometimes the dip keeps dipping, but that's why you don't put all your capital in at one time. So with that said, the first news of today, let's touch on these big altcoin news, and then we'll get into the main premise, which is what's happening with the market, okay, these ETFs. So Hedera and Algorand have come together, which is really good to see because they've kind of been not butting heads in the past, but they most definitely have been competitors because they're competing for the same market in Web 2. They've come together and collaborated on a new alliance, so-called alliance, to troubleshoot all the problems relating to decentralized crypto wallets, which is basically the fact that if you lose your seed phrase, you've lost your crypto forever. It's a part of the risk associated with using crypto. We all know it. That's just a part of the game, right? But they're looking at a way in which you can recover, I guess, your assets or your seed phrase if things were to go awry. Okay, so the alliance was unveiled at the Crypto Finance Conference by Lehman Bard, who was a co-founder of Hedera, and John Woods, the CTO of the Algorand Foundation. Now, they're calling this the DREC Alliance, right? Which is aiming to streamline the process of securing and recovering digital assets, aligning with conventional Web 2 experiences, which is very important. Because when you think about it, to bring on the mass market, to bring on people from Web 2 to Web 3, we have to have products that are going to make them go, oh, this makes sense. Or like if there's that big danger of, hey, if you send your tokens to the wrong address on the wrong network, or if someone sends you the tokens in a different way, or, you know, if you simply lose your seed phrase, it's gone forever. And that is enough to scare 90% of people out of the market, okay? So, Bard encouraged every blockchain and industry to create standards and open source code to bring safety to the premise of Web3 without complexity. Bard said that Hedera and Algorand are just the start and that they are already working with banks, credit unions, and multiple wallet software projects involved. It's an open source code, so they're doing the right thing. A lot of people have given HBAR criticism in the past for not being open sourced. Also, one of those people was Charles Hoskinson, the founder of Cardano. That makes me laugh because there was a reason why. They are fundamentally doing the right thing here, and I think this is going to be a really big thing for crypto, especially bringing on, as I said, the mass market. So over here, Woods commented that seamless user experience is core to any great product. We need to maximize ease of use and minimize risk associated with self-sovereignty. Big step. Keep your eyes out for Algorand and Hedera and what comes from this particular D-Race alliance. It's going to be big. They're already working with, as I said, banks and large institutions already, as we expect these two amazing projects too. Now, it's very important to go ahead and follow me on Twitter. The link's always down below because, again, guys, I have commented on this already, right? This video is probably going to go up at like 10, 12 hours after this post. I posted this 3 hours ago, going into detail with it. So you're going to want to follow me there. I've got lots of great information on a lot of projects. You'd be stupid not to. Next up, Solana. Okay, the MEV bot, which is a miner extractable value bot, earns $1.8 million after back-running meme coin trader in seconds. So what happened here was this bot, okay, which is a miner extractable value bot. Basically, there's a whole thing regarding these sort of things. It's not that good for cryptocurrency, right? Basically allows people to essentially do things like front run and all that dangerous stuff that comes along with decentralized technology. But this particular bot is an arbitrage bot that earned $1.8 million from a single transaction bundle in 20 seconds from Solana, right? So it converted 703 SOL worth about 70 grand into 19,000 SOL worth about 19 million in 20 seconds. So again, this was based on arbitrage, all based on a coin called Dog What If, which is a meme coin. Now, a trader got caught sort of in the mix of it. I think this is actually how the bot itself was able to capitalize on this, because this trader over here spent close to $9 million to acquire the actual token itself, right? The WIF token. And it all happened in a low liquidity pool. Unfortunately, obviously, the person would have had to have a fair bit of money themselves to make that go through. Again, they spent $9 million. They bought the meme coin at $3 per unit. $3. Its market price is 20 cents. So big markup, big loss on this person's end, hence was the reason why this person or this bot was able to find that and arbitrage it straight away. So of course, this wasn't really sort of an attack on the network. It was just a bot that happened to be targeting the right thing at the right time. So big upside there. Next up, Injective rolls out Volan upgrade. This is actually really big, guys, focused on real world assets and connectivity with Cosmos chain. So there was two major plans of attack with this Volan upgrade. The first thing was they are trying to enable institutional and individual users across a variety of structured products. At least they're trying to create new products, right? So the planned real-world asset offerings include tokenized fiat currency pairs, so that's like Forex pairs, treasury bills, and exclusive credit products. So they're upgrading Injective to basically be the DeFi of what DeFi really should be, okay? Looking to leverage all traditional finance options all on chain, which is fantastic. The second aspect of Volan is the expansion of inter-blockchain communication protocol, or what Cosmos is known to be, the IBC protocol, which connects all of Cosmos's blockchains together. Okay, so Injective is looking to use this to interact with the other chains on the ecosystem. So an example of what they're looking to do here for the utility side of things is to allow a user to initiate cross-chain swaps using decentralized applications on another Cosmos blockchain like Celestia or Osmosis, and route it through Injective's order book for execution, which of course could allow much more complicated transactions to happen. So yeah, this is some pretty big stuff for Injective, and I guess when this is all phased out, rolled out, and I guess, you know, actually being adopted, we're going to see some pretty expansive things happen, especially for maybe, as I mentioned, institutional clients coming in as well. Ladies, gentlemen, and degens, crypto enthusiasts, I'm briefly interrupting today's video to bring you some massive updates with Cryptonomy, a no BS channel sponsor. For those that don't know Cryptonomy, they're a crypto staking protocol that offers fixed and variable rewards with support for over 50 different projects, like channel favorites such as Hedera, Quant, Near Protocol, Mina, Render, and plenty more. Their yield comes from places like their Launchpad service called Launchpool, which currently allows users to invest with Cryptonomy's venture capital fund, where we sit back, relax, and enjoy while Cryptonomy's analysts invest in promising new altcoins. Now, I'm bringing you this update today because Cryptonomy has officially announced they're launching their debit card, which will allow you to use your crypto balances in the real world. Since they are already a lending facility, the addition of a credit card is also on the roadmap too. In addition to the credit card and debit cards, they're releasing a mobile app to the Google and Apple Store, allowing anyone to access the features of Cryptonomy in the palm of their hand. I believe the cards and mobile app should, roughly speaking, come about the same time, seeing as you'll be able to have notifications on the app when you purchase something with the card. Now, up until this point, I've been using Cryptonomy for things like fixed staking due to the higher interest, with the only downside, of course, being that I have to lock up my tokens at whatever term I decide, but I usually stick with about 12 months because I just simply gain more rewards. Now, over the last 2 months, this has actually allowed me to earn 350 Matic, 7 Sol, and 65 XRP, currently valued at $1,100. But more impressively, I've used the launch pool to participate in new coin launches, which has netted me an impressive $34,000, which isn't too far off the maximum expected return for my tier, which is a 5x limit. Just keep in mind that the minimum you can invest in the launch pool is $12,000, and you split the rewards 50-50 even with Cryptonomy in the bronze tier, which is where I currently am myself. So right now I'm sitting at just under a 3x since I started 3 months ago, so only a 2 more x until I can likely get upwards of a 5x return. If you guys want to check out Cryptonomy, use the link in the description as it really helps the channel out. And with that said, let's get back to the video. Now, news regarding Near Protocol is that the foundation is looking to cut staff by 40%. However, that might sound like, oh, they don't have enough money to keep hiring people or keep these people hired. But in this case, one of the CEOs, or one of the co-founders at least, Ilya, has mentioned that's not the case at all. The team's reduction come from a recent review with feedback suggesting the foundation's activities were not as effective as they could be, moving too slowly or trying to do too many things at once. Now, as I guess you could say a business owner myself, I have had this situation happen as well. You employ a whole bunch of people, turns out that it's not as effective as you thought, and then you bring the cost back down. It's just a pure business move. It makes total sense. He said, following this review, we've decided to significantly consolidate the core foundation team to focus on a narrower and higher impact set of activities. So we covered a video last night on near protocol and the reduction in developers because of this reason, and it makes total sense. So nothing bad to really point out here. The revenue coming in from near protocol is still quite a lot, $28 million roughly per year, and that was before the massive influx in demand the projects had. So they most definitely have the money to spend. It's just a very smart business decision. So is it time to panic? Well, this is where it all comes into play, right? Spot Bitcoin ETFs top $4.5 billion in total volume on the first day of trading. Keyword, volume, okay? Not net inflows, volume, okay? So trading has happened, but as Rand pointed out over here, the total trade was 4.6 billion, but GBTC, or Grayscale's BTC, was 50% of that at 2.3 billion. Now, the GBT numbers were majorly sales / outflows due to the higher fees and the old Bitcoin being locked up. So I don't know if you guys realize this or not, but Grayscale had their trust, right? Their Bitcoin trust, which they converted now into the ETF. It was about $28 billion. And as a trust, you could have only deposited, right? You couldn't have withdrawn from that. So this is a bit of of course, we knew this was coming because a lot of those people wanted to then, once it was converted, take some profit. Makes total sense. So we saw some of those people taking profits, approximately zero new inflows. So it all kind of balances out, okay? So technically speaking, we had no overall net inflows. However, as Eric points out here, now an analyst for Bloomberg, he said, Rand's right, okay, it was a net neutral day for buys and sells, but you have to assess what's not actually on paper in black and white. By all metrics, volume, number of trade flows, media coverage was a smashing success. Just relax and look at this as a multi-year process. Now, this is why it's so important for you guys. If you're new to the channel, you subscribe for these news videos because we've been covering this extensively from all different angles, and the general consensus from all of these people, including Eric, including other Bloomberg analysts, was that we're not going to have much new net inflows, even in the first quarter of this year. We're going to have these coming over the next 12 months, 24 months, and even 5 to 10 years. This is going to take time, but overall, what we're looking for here is the growth in Bitcoin in general, okay? Now, yes, there is a whole bunch of negatives that comes across with this. We're basically allowing centralization to occur with the Bitcoin distribution, but it is still net positive overall, I believe, okay? So things like this have now come out, right? Bitcoin ETF approvals have a bigger impact on Asia, says Animoca co-founder Yat Sui. So in this case, what's happening here is other countries are looking at what's happened, especially countries that are pro-crypto and are looking to, of course, adopt their own ETF. So Hong Kong, which underwent a major regulatory renewal last year to reclaim its position as the region's crypto hub, could be the next to introduce spot crypto ETFs in Asia, several regional experts suggested. So in Asia, Hong Kong is definitely the prime candidate for the next spot crypto ETF, aligning with its crypto hub ambitions. You know, the EU could be next, particularly France over there, right? France is a big crypto hub as well. So these things could all come up and, of course, positively impact Bitcoin overall. This is what these ETFs have done, right? It's net positive in terms of the impact. And it's going to take time, right? You know, large investors aren't going to want to come in on day one. They're going to see what's happening. They're not going to get FOMO straight away. They will get FOMO, right? Once they realize, hey, all these, initial buys of Bitcoin are up 2x. But again, give it time. We have predicted, a lot of these, big guys are saying $80,000 Bitcoin this year. So keep an eye out. Again, Hong Kong lawmaker calls for swift action following US spot ETF green light. But not everyone agrees, right? We can see South Korea here reiterating their ban on crypto ETFs. Despite the US's approval, they've pretty much come out here and said, hey, don't get your hopes up, guys. We're still not allowing it anytime soon, at least. These guys are, from what I heard, actually working on their own crypto regulation framework, which is going to come out ideally this year, maybe next year. So we'll see what happens with these guys, but overall, definitely no ETFs of Bitcoin. And our last bit of news today, USDC stablecoin issuer Circle is looking to file their IPO, or initial public offering. It's the crypto version of an IDO, right? They're trying to launch on the stock exchange, which is big. They already tried this, I believe, once before. I think their valuation was going to begin at $9 billion. So we'll see what they come out with, but this is big, right? Circle, or the issuer of the USDC stablecoin, these guys have, I believe, a very firm grip on the institutional market, right, in Web 2. I think that Circle is, as time progresses, going to be the leading stablecoin. They just have a lot of connections with these large players. For example, their investors include Goldman Sachs, Fidelity, and BlackRock, right? So again, if you just kind of research Circle and research who they're partnered with, it's big and it's robust. So this is good to see. And I wanted to put this in here because this is a big update. So basically what we should really do from this news is, again, look at USDC as kind of like a premium product in the space, and then just figure out if they're partnering with a project that we want to buy or we are, invested in. That's a good sign, right? Because again, USDC is, I would view as a premium product. Even though they are a stablecoin, they don't want to partner with anyone that is on the shitty/shady side. So guys, with that being said, take the information on board. I'll bring you some more updates with how these ETFs come out over the next few weeks. Periodically, I don't want to come out every single day and break the news for you guys unless there really is important news to bring. I think let's just let it sit, let it bubble up and see how it all kind of reacts as time progresses. So with that said, if you've made it this far, drop a like on the video, and until tomorrow, I will see you soon. Bye. One and all, back to a brand new No BS crypto live stream. Hope you're all doing well. It's been a long time since we've been on, actually. Let me just firstly get an audio check. Can you hear me? Just a thumbs up or a yes if you can. Might be a little bit different and better if you have your own, if we have a collective input rather. So, and by the way, I'm making a video on this in the coming days here. So I want you to be, again, accurate. Now, we had a comment saying, someone said, is tokenomics included? Yes, tokenomics is included. Anything that would go into the project getting to a particular multiple from where it is right now would go into this, including the unlocks, if that's what you mean by tokenomics. So let's do this tier list. Let's do it. Create live event. And please remember, don't jump ahead. Let's do it together. That's the point of it, and having a little bit of fun here, okay? So I'm pretty sure you can go through and do them all yourself. Let's have a look. So how am I going to... All right, guys. I don't know if I can pin that message, actually. I just dropped the link into the chat, so if you can all go in there and have a quick look. Let me know if the link's working. Let me know if you can get in there, please. That would be fantastic. So all you have to do, by the way, is when you're looking to vote on the particular altcoin, just click the different colors over to the right-hand side here. Okay, that's all you have to do. Okay, we know it's working because we already had someone put a 50x in, I'm pretty sure, over here. Someone's put a coin in a 50x. Now, I don't know if I click total results. Okay, so we got people voting for ADA over here at a 50x already. You guys are jumping in there already. We're supposed to be doing this together. That's the whole point. I mean, I'm guessing most of you will listen to me. We're going to have the ones, of course, that are just going to want to run through and just vote. So we'll let those people vote. But for the people who want to actually do it with me, then let's do it. Okay, let's do it. So Cardano ADA. Again, let me just reiterate here for the new people joining. The purpose is to do it together. The purpose is for everyone to vote so that we have more accurate results. I'll be making a video on this soon. And we're doing this from the current price to where it'll go in 2025. Or at least people get angry when I say 2025. Whenever the top of the bull run's gonna happen. Like, so...
USAA? You were in the military?
No, my grandpa was. He passed membership to my mom, then me.
Huh.
Yeah, if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served, they could pass it to you.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
USAA, for the military community and their families. A spectacular crimes.
This is going to be a huge case, and there's a lot more money that we don't know about.
In a small town.
Shocked. I was shocked. I was so surprised.
A 28-year-old secret Bitcoin billionaire, his private jets, wild parties, and dark secret.
It was just a surreal feeling, and with Jimmy, there were no limits.
This is the story of one of the biggest crypto heists of all time.
He's living this party monster lifestyle and with no visible means of support.
Right. With clues dating back to the earliest days of Bitcoin itself, in a story that reveals a dark truth about the hackers and coders who created cryptocurrency in the first place.
Huge amount of Bitcoin is leaking out of the system, and you have no idea where it's going.
Oh, it's a huge question.
And the man who could have gotten away with it, except for one phone call that led to an abrupt end to a nearly decade-long manhunt.
Clark County 911. What is your name, sir?
It's Jimmy Zong, Z-H-O-N-G.
They don't get a lot of big-time crime in Athens, Georgia. It's a college town, home to the University of Georgia, so they're used to college town type crimes. Bar fights, break-ins, that kind of thing.
Clark County 911.
Hey, I was gone for the past week or so, and someone broke into my house.
And what is your name, sir?
It's Jimmy Zong, Z-H-O-N-G.
But this 911 call on the night of March 13th, 2019 is something that Athens has never seen before. On the phone is 28-year-old Jimmy Zong, a hard-partying University of Georgia graduate and former computer science major. He's reporting a massive theft of cryptocurrency from his modest off-campus bungalow.
I'm having a panic attack.
Okay. Do you need an ambulance?
Zong sounds distressed, and a lot of money is missing.
If you had an approximate amount to say the total value was for the money?
Probably close to $400,000.
But Zong is sitting on a lot more money than that. And with this phone call, he's taking a huge risk because he has a secret he doesn't want police to learn. Still, he does want to know who stole from him. And when police can't identify a suspect, Zong calls local private investigator Robin Martinelli to help him figure out who took all that money.
He was very nice and kind, and he had a real problem, so he called me.
He just called you out of the blue?
He did.
Martinelli starts her investigation at the scene of the crime.
So we were able to see that somebody had gotten in a window and they had actually broke in.
Zong said the thief took $400,000 worth of cash and 150 Bitcoins, then worth almost $600,000 that was stashed behind his chimney.
It was well hidden, and he kept saying over and over that there was only a few friends and a few people that knew he kept cash there.
So you put his friends under surveillance?
Most of them, yes. We went into the bar locations. I think we went to some of the houses. Spent a lot of time with Jimmy, went through his house, did some social media investigations, did background checks.
But one question sticks in her mind.
What are you doing with that much cash? And I asked over and over, and he said he had invested it. It made no sense. And I tell just about everybody, before you hire me, I'm married to a cop, my girls are cops.
The private eye scours the tapes from Zong's elaborate home video surveillance systems.
We were able to see that we thought it was a male, kind of thin, and the person knew exactly where to go. Like, was kind of dodging where the camera might be.
So you thought this might be a person who's been here before?
Correct, yes.
So
yes,
maybe it's a friend of Jimmy's, someone who's worked for him.
To Martinelli, it seems Zong doesn't have many true friends, other than his dog, Chad.
So who were his friends? Who was he hanging out with?
I remember a female, a couple of males, just about his age that were just ne'er-do-wells. Very casual, plastic, not really caring, maybe using Jimmy a little bit. Maybe.
They were using him?
I don't know if they really cared about Jimmy.
Yeah. Did he know that?
I don't think he knew that or wanted to know that. Jimmy wanted to be loved, or Jimmy wanted friends. Jimmy was a good guy.
Go back a few years, and a lot of people in Athens think Zong is a good guy. He's throwing a lot of money around. In addition to his bungalow in Athens, he buys himself a home on nearby Lake Lanier. He buys a boat and jet skis and expensive cars.
He was a few years older than us, and he just loved to party.
Stefana Masick goes to a lot of those parties. She met Zong while she was a student at the University of Georgia.
He would buy me and my friends drinks, and then there were multiple times too where he would buy shots for everyone at the bars.
He would buy shots for every single person in the bar?
Yeah.
I mean, like 100 people?
Yeah, pretty much. I remember he lent me some money that I needed, and then there was never that expectation that I had to pay it back. When he was a friend, he was a very generous friend. I would say I came to really enjoy having Jimmy as a friend in my life.
In 2018, when Zong's beloved Georgia Bulldogs make it to the Rose Bowl, he gathers up his party friends, rents a private jet, and takes the whole gang to Los Angeles.
We all flew private, and Jimmy rented a really nice Airbnb, and he got everyone really nice tickets to the game also. He ended up giving everyone a budget, and that was very unexpected, you know, just having a friend giving all his friends that came with him on the trip money to just purchase items on Rodeo Drive. So it was kind of like, am I dreaming, you know, like it was a very crazy moment.
I was told it was $10,000 each. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. It was a number like that.
So what did everybody buy?
Everyone went to the Cartier store first and then just bought a lot of purses, belts, jewelry, coats, stuff like that. It was pretty wild. I mean, that doesn't happen every day.
More than a year after the Rodeo Drive shopping spree, Athens police are trying to find out who stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Zong's house. Lieutenant Jody Thompson of the Athens-Clarke County Police Department leads the local property and financial crimes unit. He says Zong has an elaborate security system, cameras bristling at the door and on the roof of his home. And whenever there's a crime, Zong is happy to share video evidence with Athens PD.
So we would have break-ins, we would have DUIs, we'd have accidents.
And Jimmy was always there to help you guys out?
Always, always.
But Zong also has a criminal history of his own, including a DUI and a bizarre incident a few years earlier.
So Jimmy was in a restaurant talking to some girls, and he happens to mention that he has $30,000 worth of blow at his house if they want to come back and party.
$30,000 worth of coke?
$30,000 of cocaine. Unfortunately for Jimmy, there was an off-duty police officer sitting in the restaurant one table over.
That's just bad timing.
It was really bad timing. So with a quick phone call, there was other officers who arrived, and he was arrested. They actually found some drugs on him, and he got a couple felony charges from that.
So he's drunk and disorderly, he's busted for coke possession, he's bragging to girls in bars. I mean, the guy sounds like his life was a little bit out of control.
I think it was. I think Jimmy was always looking for more. He was looking for a friend. I think a lot of people took advantage of that, and I feel bad for him on that because he was so naive.
Zong says he spent a significant portion of his wealth partying.
Jimmy, admittedly, I've spoken to him a few times since, probably spent about $500,000 just in partying downtown.
$500,000 in bar tabs?
That's what he estimated, yes. Wow. He said he spent a lot of money having a good time.
He's living this party monster lifestyle and with no visible means of support.
Right. And he said he just invested in Bitcoin and made his money. And, you know.
And you had no reason to doubt that?
No reason to doubt it.
But that changes when the police investigator gets a call from agents at the IRS. Across the country, a crack team of IRS criminal investigators specializing in cryptocurrency has spent years tracking the 2012 hack of a criminal dark web marketplace called the Silk Road. Someone stole 50,000 bitcoins from the drug dealers, gun runners, and pornographers who used that site. As the price of the bitcoins explodes over the next years, the value of that astonishing heist climbs to more than $3 billion.
They asked me about the Bitcoin and how much was in there, and if he talked about where he got it from or anything like that, and I really didn't have the answers for him. But I told him, let me email him, and I'm sure Jimmy will meet with us.
Zong quickly agrees to meet the agents, and when they arrive at his lakefront home, Thompson's body camera is rolling.
Hey, Jimmy. How are you? Hey, remember me?
The agents go inside Zong's bizarre world and learn more about who they're dealing with.
I mean, I've always been on the computer guy. I've always been just that kind of thing.
In Athens, Georgia, someone has stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars in cryptocurrency from local party boy Jimmy Zong. But investigators who looked into that crime get a call out of the blue from armed federal agents of the IRS.
Typically, when we deal with larger enforcement agencies, we don't ask a lot of questions about their investigation.
Thompson suddenly finds himself going to Zong's home with two highly skilled cryptocurrency investigators, a federal agent and a contractor working for the U.S. government.
Hey, Jimmy.
My name is Trevor McLendon. I'm a special agent with IRS Criminal Investigation.
My name is Sean Magruder. I'm the founder and CEO of BlockTrace.
BlockTrace is a company that investigates cryptocurrencies on the blockchain. The IRS hired Magruder for his experience untangling complicated transactions. He's been looking into a massive heist from a dark website called the Silk Road for years.
Well, Silk Road is a very unique marketplace, right, where users could deposit Bitcoins on this exchanger, so to speak, and where they could then purchase goods, services, cocaine, weapons,
all the bad guy stuff.
All the bad guy stuff, right.
And people thought this was a private transaction and they could just get away with it.
They thought that. So the beautiful thing about the blockchain is that all transactions are preserved going back to 2009 when Bitcoin was first launched.
So all those criminals were just dead wrong. It wasn't private.
It wasn't private, right? It wasn't private at all.
In 2012, somebody steals 50,000 Bitcoins from that criminal exchange, and federal agents begin to try to figure out who done it. A lead in the case doesn't come until 6 years later, when Magruder finds a clue that points to Zong.
One of the special agents who I worked with on the team calls me and says, hey, Sean, can you help out and assist with this? If you could just take a look at it, over the course of the weekend, that'd be great. And this was on a Friday. By Monday, I came back with an answer and I said, hey, I think we might have something here. And so we noticed some activity that was standing out to us.
What was it?
What was it? Great question. It's a good question.
Are you allowed to say?
That is a sort of sensitive law enforcement technique.
You can't talk about it publicly.
Not that specific technique.
but you realize that there were some clues here that you would be able to follow.
Right, absolutely.
And then Zong makes a big mistake with a relatively small amount of money. Zong transfers around $800 worth of Bitcoin to an exchange that has a policy called Know Your Customer, which is referred to as KYC. The policy requires anyone who sends or buys cryptocurrency from the exchange to provide their name and identifying information.
So after issuing a subpoena to that KYC exchange, we had a positive ID on Jimmy.
Because of the subpoena, the exchange has to tell you the name of the person.
That's correct.
And did he use his real name?
He did.
Investigators follow that trail of clues right to Zong's home. The three men come up with a plan to go see Zong, telling him they're there to investigate the crime against him, never mentioning they're also there to investigate something else, a much bigger crime. And this never-before-seen police body cam video shows the moment in real time. Zong, without hesitation, lets the investigators right in.
Hey, this is Trevor and Sean. You're going to be with me. We went to the door under the premise that these two guys, Sean and Trevor, were going to be assisting me with the investigation and recovering his Bitcoin that was stolen.
Yeah, these guys are going to kind of help me out a little bit because we've been getting more of the cases kind of like what you have.
Really?
And
watching that tape, it's almost like he was just desperate for someone to talk to.
I think that might be another side of Jimmy that no one really knew about too, is the loneliness of being that wealthy and not having anybody to share it with.
And you guys walk in the door and start talking to him, and here he opens up.
He did.
You guys get this solved. I'm going to invite y'all up for a beer whenever I want. All right.
I kept, again, complimenting his house.
This is so beautiful.
Talk about his dog.
Beautiful dog.
Anything we could do to keep him talking. And as he become more and more comfortable, eventually I asked Jimmy, show us around. Let's see the whole house.
Show us. You can see the baby lake server. Yeah.
There's an L-shaped couch. There's slider doors to the right. And there's a TV on the wall. There's what appears to be a firearm of some sort over the slider door, which we would later learn was a flamethrower.
You had a flamethrower in the house?
We did have a flamethrower.
Are you doing your own floor? Huh? Are you doing tile work? That's leftover from...
This is the concrete tile?
You do this job for a while and you notice things in homes and you think, I could hide something there.
So were you looking for secret compartments as you went around the house?
Yes, it's just kind of the part of the process.
Yeah, one of the offices.
We went upstairs, and on my way to the room, all three of us, with the Athens PD and IRCI, we saw the AR-15 on the wall.
Yeah, the AR-15 against the wall? Yeah, it looks beautiful, man.
When you see the AR-15 in the house, do you feel like this guy could be dangerous?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if you see an AR-15 with a magazine in it hanging on the wall, not in any way, shape, or form locked or bolted and ready to go, I mean, that poses a security threat.
Armed or not, they have to get Zong talking.
Okay, so I guess kind of a personal question is, how did you acquire the money? I don't even know what you do, Jimmy.
I'm in these days. I'm in real estate development. I'm the funding.
Zong shows the investigators a suitcase he used to store $1 million in cash.
That's the exact case.
Is that a Zero Halliburton or is that a?
That's just some random Amazon case.
Okay.
I was trying to impress this girl back then. So I was like, let's try to pull out $1 million cash and have this aluminum briefcase. And just like, I was trying to impress her back then.
Did it work?
Nope.
It never does. Never does.
We eventually went downstairs, saw they had like a party pad built with a stripper pole in the middle and a full bar.
Is this your workout? Nope, that's for girls. Okay.
You don't see that too often.
You don't see that very often at all, but in behind that bar was a whole other room of computer servers that he had built out.
So I ran Cat 6 everywhere.
Well, that was a good opportunity.
That's awesome. And fiber. That's amazing.
Wow.
Next, they ask Zong about his history with Bitcoin, and Zong reveals his involvement with crypto goes all the way back to 2009, which is the same year Bitcoin was first launched.
When did you first dive in?
Huh?
When did you first?
Probably like 2009 or?
Investigators begin to see Zong's level of sophistication.
This is like so foreign.
Dedicated Bitcoin mining chips. Those two big black guys.
Oh, wow. Oh, I was thinking chips. I wasn't thinking.
No, I mean, the individual chips have to be assembled into something.
They continue to probe, getting Zong to explain his security system.
It's like 30 seconds, radio sirens goes off.
So did you do that?
40 seconds, that goes off.
Wow.
And that will make your head pound.
But the most important thing is, they have to get Zong to open his laptop.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to get you guys look away because this is going to be my password.
Okay.
I'm just watching, it's like you're typing a sentence over there.
Oh, wait, that's why.
So is this like the equivalent of your hot wallet, where you say you have
Yeah,
1,500? This is your play money?
This is the hot wallet, and then the cold wallet is, I'm not going to tell you where it is. And see, that's on camera, I don't even know
Oh, no,
if that leaks around the department or something.
No.
I don't...
Investigators see the evidence they need when he opens the laptop, a wallet filled with an enormous number of Bitcoins.
So on the day of the video that we see, you walk out of the house, the three of you are leaving.
And we see you go out to the driveway. What are you thinking the moment you walk out that door?
This is incredible. I think we found our guy.
It's gonna be a pleasure to meet you, man. No problem.
After the house tour, the federal agents decide they have enough. Evidence ties Zong to the 2012 Silk Road hack. It's all about to come crashing down for Zong. And it's all because he called 911 to report that someone had stolen some of his stolen loot. If he hadn't done that, would he still be living large in private jets?
I believe he would.
He's sitting on what would be $3 billion worth of stolen assets, and he calls the cops to report a theft of just a fraction of that. Who does that?
Jimmy.
As they dig into Zong's story, agents begin to suspect that Zong's skills are proof that he's more than just a typical hacker.
You don't have to answer it. Like, how OG are you? I don't have the vast majority of them anymore, but I mined at least 300,000. Wow. I blew them all downtown Brinkley in Athens.
Over the years, the Bitcoin stolen from the Silk Road dark website in 2012 has skyrocketed in value to $3.36 billion. Investigators hunting for the hacker use a ruse to get into Jimmy Zong's home and get him to open his laptop.
Yeah. But you don't even have just like one Bitcoin anymore? Oh, I mean, 1,500 on a laptop alone. Oh, seriously?
When you're sitting next to him on the couch, he opens his laptop. What do you see on that screen?
Lo and behold, he had 60 or $70 million worth of Bitcoins right there next to us.
So with one glance at the screen on his laptop, you could instantly tell this is a guy who's a credible suspect. He could have pulled this off.
That's right.
No cameras are rolling the day investigators return to Zong's house to execute a search warrant for the 50,000 stolen Bitcoins. But it's a huge law enforcement operation. And one thing is critical for the mission's success. They have to get inside Zong's laptop.
When I did the search warrant briefings with all the agents out of the Atlanta field office, it's a hard sell to say, hey, we're gonna hit someone's house tomorrow, multiple locations. Oh, by the way, you may or may not be familiar with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but there's a chance that this person sits on somewhere around 3 billion in cryptocurrency, 50,000 Bitcoin. And you kind of get this look of like, is this guy from another planet?
We met at a parking lot where I saw a lot of law enforcement. And I was like, oh, okay, I see what we're doing now. We're going to be doing a search warrant today.
After we had that rehearsal of how the search warrant would go, me, the original Athens PD detective, and 2 special agents visit Jimmy.
They tell Zong that in order to help with his stolen Bitcoin case, they needed to verify information on his computer. So you go in and it's still under the pretext that you're there to help him.
That's right.
I brought Chad, dog toy, to play with to keep him pacified, make sure that he was out of harm's way. And we entered Jimmy's house.
McLeenan is about to finally tell Zong the truth. Investigators are not there to help solve the crime against him. They're there to search his house for evidence of the $3 billion heist.
We started doing our thing and walking through the transactions, getting him to open up his computer.
So you have to have that computer open, unlocked, passwords entered, and then Jimmy physically away from it so you can grab it before it locks itself.
That was the goal. And I started to draw Jimmy's attention away from his laptop. I asked him if we could take a look on his back balcony over the lake.
So he asks Zong to step across the room and help open the sticky sliding glass door.
Jimmy got up, started walking to the slider glass, and my code case stuck what's called a jiggler in the computer, which causes the mouse to move around the screen so that it doesn't lock. We stepped outside. My code case came outside on the patio with us. And just like in movie circumstances, Jimmy's sitting on the back porch. We're like, oh, this is an amazing view. And Jimmy's looking at me, and I said, Jimmy, you know me as Trevor. I'm actually Trevor McLean, a special agent with IRS Criminal Investigation, and we're here to execute a federal approved warrant on your house. And he kind of had this look like, am I being punked?
Right.
It's at that point where literally in movie time, the search warrant team hit the house, knocked pounding on the door, please for the warrant, flooded the house, and you could see the panic start to ensue in his mind.
So that's the first moment where it flipped for him.
Yeah.
And you were able to take advantage of that 1 minute where he was away from the computer to grab it and keep it open.
Yep.
Officers swarmed through the house looking for evidence. Zong's neighbor, Walt Frazier, was there the day it happened.
I didn't know what to think. I mean, I'd never seen that many police anywhere in my walk of life, and then they're all in my front yard, and I went, holy cow.
Upstairs in the bathroom closet, off to the side of the roof, was in fact a popcorn tin. And in that popcorn tin were some towels, which starts to draw your interest as to why you would possess a popcorn tin with towels in it. So then one of the searchers started pulling apart the different towels and found a single board computer. Later, we were able to discern with Jimmy's assistance that possessed a ton of the Bitcoin.
Millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars.
Using a dog specifically trained to sniff for computer hardware, they find a safe buried in concrete underneath some basement flooring tile.
In that safe, we found Bitcoin. We have found a wallet that had the addresses that were associated with the 50,000.
They also find physical Bitcoins that were minted in cryptocurrency's early years, precious metals, and old-fashioned paper currency.
November 9, really late at night, we were able to say we were successful. We found the evidence that we were looking for, and the house lit up. I mean, every agent on site cheered.
After the cheering dies down, investigators also realize that Zhang was more than an ordinary criminal hacker. The IRS concluded that Zhang was what's known as a Bitcoin OG, slang for original gangster, one of the early developers who drove the rise of cryptocurrency.
So he contributed to the code. He would constantly offer up suggestions on how to improve it.
But Zhang said it wasn't his coding skills that allowed him to steal the Bitcoin from the Silk Road. In his plea statement, Zhang said he stumbled across the flaw accidentally.
In his statement, Jimmy says that the way he stole these Bitcoin was he was withdrawing some assets from Silk Road. He had been using it to purchase cocaine, and he realized if he simply double-clicked, he could withdraw more than he'd put in. Is that what happened?
To the instance that he would just double-click the withdraw button, we don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, that seems awfully simple.
Yeah. But what gets a little bit more complicated is what we were able to discern with monikers that Jimmy had used, that he knew exactly how much was in the hot wallet of the Silk Road in September of 2012. So in that instance, he knew when he stole 50,000 Bitcoin from the Silk Road, he knew exactly what the max was that he could get away with.
And he hit that max?
Yeah.
Zhang says his skills also impressed somebody else, Ross Ulbricht, the man who created the Silk Road site that Zhang attacked. Online, Ulbricht went by the moniker Dread Pirate Roberts, and according to Zhang, Ulbricht agreed to simply give Zhang the Bitcoins he stole, plus 5,000 more, as a reward.
Jimmy and the Dread Pirate Roberts were in contact with each other, right?
That's what Jimmy alleges it. We couldn't find any evidence to support that position.
Why would the Dread Pirate Roberts pay Jimmy a reward for stealing from the Dread Pirate Roberts? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Our understanding was that that was in response to helping him fix an error with the Silk Road payment processing system.
So the idea is that Jimmy exposed a flaw and exploited it to steal the money, and then he sort of sold that flaw back to the Dread Pirate Roberts and said, I'll explain to you how I did it if you let me keep the money?
Yep.
Court documents state after the hack, Zhang used sophisticated laundering techniques to use stolen Bitcoin for lavish trips and real estate investments.
So he took advantage of Bitcoin mixing services out there that would mix, his transactions with other people's transactions and then come out the other end, right? Where they would be clean, so to speak.
In the end, though, Zhang didn't get to keep the money. After the US government confiscated the assets, victims had the opportunity to come forward and claim their Bitcoin, but nobody did, which isn't surprising given that the Silk Road was an exchange for criminal activity and the feds sold off Zhang's Bitcoin. Tyler Hatcher is the special agent in charge of the Los Angeles field office for IRS criminal investigation.
So Jimmy stole the money, but the US government is going to get to keep it.
Correct.
There's some irony there, right?
There is some irony there, yeah.
When you think about this case, you had a hacker stealing from the Silk Road, and the clients of the Silk Road were just awful people, right? I mean, you had drug dealers, gun runners, all kinds of bad guys on there. The victim here is another set of criminals. So it's hard to have sympathy for anybody involved in that case. How do you approach a case like that?
There's that saying, there's no honor among thieves, right? So when we talk about illicit funds that are out there, the last thing we want is any criminal being able to spend it, right? That's why we have jobs, that's why we look for these opportunities.
Hatcher says some of it will likely go to the local police department in Athens.
The government certainly has not been hurt by Jimmy's conduct whatsoever.
Michael Bachner is Zhang's attorney for this case.
If Jimmy had not stolen the coins and the government had, in fact, seized them from Ulbricht, they would have sold them 2 years later in 2014, as they did with other coins, and would have gotten $320 a coin, or made somewhere about $14 million. Now, as a result of Jimmy having them, the government has gotten a $3 billion profit.
Bachner says at the time Zhang stole the coins, he did not believe he was committing a federal crime.
Bitcoin back then was very much like the Wild West. The coins had sometimes no value, or such a fluctuating value.
At sentencing, Bachner described the abuse Zhang faced from the other kids at school.
He's on the spectrum for autism. He was subject to consistent, unabated abuse, which included randomly being punched in the face for no reason. He would go to school, do very well in school because he was really smart, and then go home, lock himself in his room, or go to his room and be on his computer.
Nathaniel Popper is the author of Digital Gold, which chronicles the history of Bitcoin. He says a hacker culture ran through the early Bitcoin community.
You have to see if you can break the system to figure out how it doesn't work. So when the system broke, it was viewed as an opportunity to learn from it, to figure out how can we strengthen this for the future. If we want this to work in the long run, we need to repair the little leaks in it. There's this strange way in the Bitcoin story where everybody who played a significant role is both a villain and a hero at the same time. And that conflict, that tension is there in Silk Road, and I think it's also there in Jimmy's story.
Zhang pled guilty to 1 count of wire fraud. No friends or family were present for Zhang's sentencing, but he received a half-dozen letters of support from friends, one of whom said, "My heart goes out to Jimmy because all he wants in this life is to love others and for others to love him." In a tearful statement, Zhang said the Bitcoin made him feel important and worth something and asked for no jail time so he could take care of his closest remaining friend, his dog, Chad.
Chad and Jimmy have an extremely close, loving relationship. Chad is 13 years old now and sick, has a feeding tube, and Jimmy spends time and effort caring for him.
I think he was stuck. He didn't talk to his family that I knew of, so I don't know of anybody he'd been close to but his dog, Chad.
His dog?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, his dog, Chad.
I think he just wanted to have a lot of fun and maybe outsmart having a traditional life.
On April 14th, the verdict came down. We waited outside the courtroom during Zhang's 2-hour sentencing, in which he received a year and a day in prison for his role in the Silk Road hack.
Jimmy, how do you feel after this today? Why'd you steal the money, Jimmy? Did you think you were going to get away with it? Anything else to say, Jimmy?
I'm Nicole C, and I love Chumba Casino because I won 32,000 sweet coins at 3 a.m. from the comfort of my bed.
The big winner, we got in around 15. This thing would boom up to 19. A beautiful move to the upside from the bottom of the channel here to the upside. I have my 2 alerts set. They hit for gains, and I put my money where my mouth is. All right. I did open up a short last night that also paid out, went up 10% at one point. Wasn't amazing, but it did play out, and we made gains. Shout out to everyone here. If you want to trade where I trade, it's MEXC, KuCoin. All right, get it done. Get yourself a Palau ID today and make it happen. All right. If you want to jump on into the trading group and get the gains that we just made and you missed on those gains, hit here, right here, cryptolifer.com, in the pinned section on the comments. We make it so easy and convenient for you to jump on in. And then MEXC right there. Also, join iTrust Capital link right there if you want to move your Roth IRA. Shout out to our channel sponsors, iTrust Capital and BingX. We appreciate both of you. We love you. And something happened with the screen there. All right. We're back in action, though. We're back in action. Sorry. It's the morning. It's the morning. Give me a moment, all right? I'm like still not fully awake. Anyway, TIA for gains up 15% since last night. Up even more since we put it out to the trading group. 30% gains. I put a massive amount in there. Nice pump for Bitcoin off the bottom of this channel to the upside. We've been watching this sideways price action. I'm going to give you your Bitcoin update in a split second. Karate pumping to the upside, TIA pumping to the upside, and all the magic happens here on MEXC. All right. I also love trading spot on MEXC. A lot of people are obsessed with leverage, but they don't realize you can make money trading spot, especially in a beautiful market. If you look at TIA doing some serious damage. Why did I pick TIA when everyone was in fear? When the market seemed well? Why did I have the guts to put a boatload of money in? I put in about $6,000, $16,000. And you can see if I sell TIA, I'm going to be up $2,500 right now. I put $16,000 into TIA. And I put my money where my mouth is. I like to swing big bets. That's what I do. You will too one day. And you may even swing bigger bets than me. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I show you guys exactly what I'm doing all the time. And yeah. And I tell you, I made boatloads of money trading spot. I didn't touch leverage for 10 years of my life. I come from an Irish family that never borrowed money You know, credit cards were weird for my dad until he was older. We're about self-made. I'm a self-made guy from a self-made family. And so leverage always was funny to me. Why borrow someone's money? Funding accounts, leverage, all that stuff I thought was funny. I could take 500 and turn to 1,000 on my own. I can turn 1,000 to 2,000 on my own. I can turn 1,000, you know what I mean? I can start from the very beginning and grind my way on up. You know why? Because when I finally get to $1 billion, I'll realize that I had worked my way from a very small amount all the way to that $1 billion. You know what I mean? Never wore this tie on the show before, brand new tie on the show. She found it today, whipped it up. A lot of times I have knots waiting. I'll be honest, I have 30 knots waiting. I have ties in their knots. I have to. So I can just pick one and put it on, all right? But this tie, I actually did get it done. Because you can make more, baby. ETH Genius Wallet, largest DAI wallet, just bridged 39 million to Pulse Chain. Verify on chain. Do your own research. Look at that. Any coin to get in now on MEXC. I just joined. Shout out to Jennifer Moffitt. Jennifer, we don't want to be like jumping in on like, I get it, but I see what you're saying, but let's look for the setups that matter, right? So Bitcoin, tight inside the channel. I'm going to get rid of this short for now. Tight inside the channel. 7 minute coming up. We can't seem to get back above 42,970, 43K is a serious area of resistance. Look, we just can't seem to get above it. So unless Bitcoin can flip 43,000, we're going to have a bit of a problem, right? So that's it, you know, or we're not going to have a problem. We can make gains shorting the market. So we can make money either way. But this is what we're in right now. We're in a symmetrical triangle that's going to go either way. 43,000, 41.8. It's really based on where the 1 hour wants to sit here. And it's been kind of sideways, even on the stochastics RSI. Let's take a look at our 4 hour time frame. And our 4 hour time frame wants to bail us on out. It says I can get us out of here. We can get a bit of a dip. Nothing crazy, no hidden bullish, nothing that can really save the day though. And we're still below the 200 SMA. If we can't get back above that 200 SMA and we end up losing this bottom of the pattern, we are going to go lower. Likely to the 8 hour 200 SMA waiting for us down here at $41,000. I haven't ruled out 38K. Anything is possible. By being open-minded, we're able to find out what's going to happen in the market. If we tell ourselves we know exactly what's going to happen, there's no way. We're going to be blindsided one way or the other. We might be right a few times in a row and we'll think we got it. But it won't happen. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, team. ETC is my attacker. What does that mean? I'm just saying because many coins I have no access to before now. No worries. Yeah. No, I got you, Jennifer. We're going to make sure you're hungry for gains. I get it. No, I'll see beginner people and they'll be like, well, can I jump in right now for gains? And I'm always like, that always is like a sign that someone's going to go a little too crazy. I see a shoulder, a head, and a right shoulder here on Bitcoin. Could bump us back up to 43,008. 1 hour pointing up a little bit. 15 minutes saying, hey, let's do it. Remember, I told you the only thing we could have is the 15-minute pop-up to the 200 SMA. We didn't get that. And I took the short last night. Verifiably so. And now we have a severe resistance at 43,000. Excuse me. This is a real show. I would be not too much money on my end. Bless you. Thank you very much. God bless you, Jennifer. Jenna X, we love you. Thank you for being here. Jenna, do you ever miss a show? Man, you're like the best supporter in the game. Sam allergic to his new tie. Yeah. I love dressing nice every day. It feels so good to look good. Like I know that I'm going to look nice every day of my life. It just feels amazing. You know what I mean? And these are all write-offs because this is the show. This is costume for the show, which is kind of crazy. I try not to. Pepe took off. Can you check Sui? Looks like the run is over. I think the accumulation is going to be for a few days more before some pump. So we're going sideways here. This does look like accumulation. It kind of looks like an upside-down Bart Simpson that could dump to the downside. All right. We want to get back above that 200 SMA on the 15 and the 7 to save the day. I see sideways chop until we get to that weekly candle. Also, I believe the stock market is closed. I believe the stock market is closed tomorrow. Martin Luther King Jr. Yep, Monday, January 15th. The stock market will be closed tomorrow. That throws us off, gives us false move money on Tuesday. The whole week gets pushed off. Whenever the stocks are off on a day, it challenges the entire cycle of the trading week. And I've seen it happen many times. You can say I'm crazy, but I'm telling you right now, if you're in my trading group, we got a bunch of alerts that are going off all the time. You'd probably want to know what they are. I share them with everybody, and if I get them, I post the chart, really. You might not even know I got an alert, but I post the chart. You have so much information and so much access if you want to get in to the trading group. CryptoLifer.com, the guy that never takes a day off every single day here on the channel. God bless you all. So this is Bitcoin in a nutshell, getting tighter in the zone. All right. If it broke above here and did a retest, I would long 43.2 for a move up here. If it breaks down here and does a retest, boom. I would stay short until it gets back above 43,000. There's just no reason to be long yet. It hasn't shown us that it can get above a key area. So I remain short until then. Bookmap, link to Bookmap in the description. You won't get it any less expensive than through my link, so you might as well get it there. And you can see it's showing us where the orders are. See what's hiding behind the candlesticks. And this says there's a lot of orders down here at 690. Smash that like. Shout out to Jenna Act. Shout out to Tom, Craig, Wayne. Well, we got Tom, and Wayne. All right. Shout out to Lakochi Coker. Shout out to Crypto Tatted. Sack. Shout out to Blockchain. Shout out to Dropout. When I miss a show, I miss out on money. I like that. Shout out to Jay Doolin. Shout out to Pickle Rick. Shout out to Daddy T in the house. Shout out to 554 Ha, a man who's been with us for a long, long time. Shout out to Happy Manatee. Manatee. I don't know. Manajay. Anyway, this does say that we could go lower. It still says that the liquidity is lower than us, below us. Massive order at 38.8, suggesting that we do end up lower to the downside is what Bookmap is saying. So, so I'm short. I've said that before. Until we get back above 43,000, even back above 43.2, I see no reason to be long. All right. Please look at app. I'm ready to get in to Aptos, APT. And then I'm out of here for the day. This is a very quick update, everybody. No more super chats right now. I'm jumping out. All right. TIA is like everybody's love. Yeah, they love it. They do. Aptos did pump from this little flag that we looked at it at about 678. Ripped. And Aptos continuing to pump. It's been a long time. Fine. Aptos all the way back to 9.97. Wow, that's amazing. It was 4 beans on the low and did basically a double up. I mean, I don't love what I'm seeing here for Aptos. It's in a funny flag. It's in like a broadening flag. See that? They do break out, but I don't know. I'm not a fan. I don't know what you're seeing. The daily looks okay. I'd let it consolidate a little bit. It did get a golden cross. It's looking okay. 2-day chart looks all right. 3-day chart. 8 hours a little overbought. It looks to me like unless you get a crazy spike here, you're going to come back down at least to the bottom of the pattern at 826. But I could be wrong. It's looking pretty hot right now. I don't like the market structure on it. This TIA staking pays a lot, and now I hear there's an airdrop coming. Where do you stake your TIA? I'm about to go stake it. Let me see. Let me go find out. I can answer the question myself. I'm about to go stake it. So now I get why people are doing it, because they're just buying and staking. They don't really care. They're not watching the price. $20 soon. The first modular blockchain network. Build, explore, learn, build, run a node. Start with a dev, run Celestia. All right. Pay for data, stake TIA. The Kepler wallet, Cosmos Station. Wow, you can stake on Ledger too? That's kind of nice. I got Ledger. Interesting. The Kepler wallet, which one would you guys like? Cosmos Station? I like the name Cosmos Station for whatever reason. Anyone can download a wallet to freely control and use the TIA. It's important to get familiar with basic wallet practices for safety, storage, and tracking on Celestia. I think I predate December 1st. Download for Chrome, multi-chain wallet. So I got to get this set up right now. I'm going to send my Celestia over, and I'm going to start staking this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, baby, yeah. I want to see what we can get here. I'll do this in another stream. Whenever I do this online, I always like mess it up. Yeah, I'll do this another time, but okay. Lifer, do not stake on Cosmo Station. Why? Leap and Keep wallets are better than Solana right now. Leap is best right now. Used to use Kepler. I use Kepler. They are terrible. Can't get Celestia out. Really? All right. Solana wallet is best. Phantom wallet, but I lost a lot in Ray and Slim, and I mean I'm still up, but I lost tons of money in Ray. Why? You went in too hard at the beginning, when it was high. What were you doing? You know? What were you thinking? What were you doing over there? Shout out to the 560 people here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you. The $2 in chat revenue are amazing. Bang. But anyway, this is what I'm seeing for the day. Nothing crazy. I'll be searching the markets and looking around. I do spend a lot of time with the family on Sunday. I like A-Star. That's on my radar right now. Likely going to make a bit of a move soon. It's on KuCoin and MEXC. It's just getting tighter and tighter inside of the zone. Look at this. Only a matter of time. Something's coming for this. It's brewing, and it's oversold in the 4-hour time from getting tight moving averages. And it's been a hot coin. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing makes a move sooner than later. I'd be watching this very, very closely. I'll put a right-click alert on this thing. But I already gave a bunch of setups to the trading group. I got a bunch of alerts that went off. I'll be going through those too as well. And just look out for the things that I'll be posting throughout the day. All right. It is Sunday, low liquidity. I tend not to go hard on Sunday, but you know, all coins pump. Whenever we see something that's worth it, we take advantage. All right. See, Near's in this little flag right here that I'm liking. And that 4-hour looks interesting to me. I wouldn't be surprised if Near made a bit of a pump to the upside. Near's been hot and holding its own. So, everyone, I got to run for the day. Thank you so much for being here. Please comment, like, and subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications. I'll be back tonight at 8 p.m., about 8 to 9, 9:30. We don't go too long on Sunday night. But I love you. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a wonderful time. And, yeah, thank you so much for jumping on into the live. And I'll see you tonight at 8 p.m. God bless everybody. Thank you for making gains with me last night. If you came to my live stream last night, you saw exactly what I did, and you saw me make $2,500 while I went to bed. So, $3,000 a day keeps the doctor away. I'll tell you that. I love you all. I appreciate you all. Hey, how do you think I can afford all these clothes over here? Shout out to everybody. I love you. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself. Stay blessed, and spend a good day. This is God's day. Spend a good day with your family. I love you all. In God's name, let's stay blessed, and thank you for everything. Gratitude is the attitude. I live in abundance. I submitted to God. And whatever God's will is my will, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. I am only just a human. I don't have all the answers, but I can submit, and through God's submission, I can really find peace. I love you all. I appreciate you all. Have a blessed day. Take care of yourselves. Have some lemon water. Keep yourself hydrated. And I'll see you tonight for the weekly candle close. God bless you all. Thank you. Bam, bam. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here, sharing your most precious asset with me, and that is your time. Welcome to the Crypto Lifer Show, baby. We got a quick show for you. In and out, 15 minutes. Get back to your family on this beautiful Sunday morning. I do piano and a bunch of things on Sunday with the kids. God bless you all. Thank you for jumping on in. We're gonna talk about what we went over last night. If you were watching me last night, we made massive gains yet again. And you're like, dang, I missed this guy again. This guy never stops. We talked about karate in the trading group, getting a nice pump to the upside. It did that. About 25% gains on a wick, still holding about 9.71% for karate to the upside. But TIA was the big winner. We got in around 15. This thing would boom up to 19. A beautiful move to the upside from the bottom of the channel here to the upside. I have my 2 alerts set. They hit for gains. And I put my money where my mouth is. All right. I did open up a short last night that also paid out, went up 10% at one point. Wasn't amazing, but it did play out, and we made gains. Shout out to everyone here. If you want to trade where I trade, it's MEXC, KuCoin. All right? Get it done. Get yourself a Palau ID today and make it happen. All right? If you want to jump on into the trading group and get the gains that we just made and you missed on those gains, hit here, right here, CryptoLifer.com in the pinned section on the comments. We make it so easy and convenient for you to jump on in. And then MEXC right there. Also, join iTrust Capital link right there if you want to move your Roth IRA. Shout out to our channel sponsors, iTrust Capital and BingX. We appreciate both of you. We love you. And something happened with the screen there. All right. We're back in action, though. We're back in action. Sorry. It's the morning. It's the morning. Give me a moment, all right? I'm like still not fully awake. Anyway, TIA for gains up 15% since last night, up even more since we put it out to the trading group. 30% gains. I put a massive amount in there. Nice pump for Bitcoin off the bottom of this channel to the upside. We've been watching this sideways price action. I'm going to give you your Bitcoin update in a split second. Karate pumping to the upside, TIA pumping to the upside, and all the magic happens here on MEXC. All right, I also love trading spot on MEXC. A lot of people are obsessed with leverage, but they don't realize you can make money trading spot, especially in a beautiful market. If you look at TIA doing some serious damage. Why did I pick TIA when everyone was in fear? When the market seemed well? Why did I have the guts to put a boatload of money in? I put in about $6,000, $16,000. And you can see if I sell TIA, I'm going to be up $2,500 right now. I put $16,000 into TIA. And I put my money where my mouth is. I like to swing big bets. That's what I do. You will too one day. And you may even swing bigger bags than me. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I show you guys exactly what I'm doing all the time. And yeah. And I tell you, I made boatloads of money trading spot. I didn't touch leverage for 10 years of my life. I come from an Irish family that never borrowed money. You know, credit cards were weird for my dad until he was older. We're about self-made. I'm a self-made guy from a self-made family. And so leverage always was funny to me. Why borrow someone's money? Funding accounts, leverage, all that stuff I thought was funny. I could take 500 and turn to 1,000 on my own. I can turn 1,000 to 2,000 on my own. I can turn 1,000, you know what I mean? I can start from the very beginning and grind my way on up. You know why? Because when I finally get to $1 billion, I'll realize that I had worked my way from a very small amount all the way to that $1 billion. You know what I mean? Never wore this tie on the show before, brand new tie on the show. Found it today, whipped it up. A lot of times I have knots waiting. I'll be honest, I have 30 knots waiting. I have ties in their knots. I have to. So I can just pick one and put it on, all right? But this tie, I actually did get it done. Because you can make more, baby. ETH Genius Wallet, largest DAI wallet, just bridged 39 million to Pulse Chain. Verify on chain. Do your own research. Look at that. Any coin to get in now on MEXC. I just joined. Shout out to Jennifer Moffitt. Jennifer, we don't want to be like jumping in on like, I get it, but I see what you're saying, but let's look for the setups that matter, right? So Bitcoin, tight inside the channel. I'm going to get rid of this short for now. Tight inside the channel. 7-minute coming up. We can't seem to get back above 42,970, 43K is a serious area of resistance. Look, we just can't seem to get above it. So unless Bitcoin can flip 43,000, we're going to have a bit of a problem, right? So that's it, you know, or we're not going to have a problem. We can make gains shorting the market. So we can make money either way. But this is what we're in right now. We're in a symmetrical triangle that's going to go either way. 43,000, 41.8. It's really based on where the 1 hour wants to sit here. And it's been kind of sideways, even on the stochastics RSI. Let's take a look at our 4-hour time frame. And our 4-hour time frame wants to bail us on out. It says I can get us out of here. We can get a bit of a dip. Nothing crazy, no hidden bullish, nothing that can really save the day, though. And we're still below the 200 SMA. If we can't get back above that 200 SMA and we end up losing this bottom of the pattern, we are going to go lower. Likely to the 8-hour 200 SMA, waiting for us down here at $41,000. I haven't ruled out 38K. Anything is possible. By being open-minded, we're able to find out what's going to happen in the market. If we tell ourselves we know exactly what's going to happen, there's no way. We're going to be blindsided one way or the other. We might be right a few times in a row and we'll think we got it. But it won't happen. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, team. ETC is my attacker. What does that mean? I'm just saying because many coins I have no access to before now. No worries. Yeah. No, I got you, Jennifer. We're going to make sure you're hungry for gains. I get it. No, I'll see beginner people in the back. Well, can I jump in right now for gains? And I'm always like, that always is like a sign that someone's going to go a little too crazy. I see a shoulder, a head, and a right shoulder here on Bitcoin. Could bump us back up to 43,008. 1 hour pointing up a little bit. 15 minutes saying, hey, let's do it. Remember, I told you the only thing we could have is the 15-minute pop-up to the 200 SMA. We didn't get that. And I took the short last night. Verifiably so. And now we have a severe resistance at 43,000. Excuse me. This is a real show. I would be not too much money on my end. Bless you. Thank you very much. God bless you, Jennifer. Jenna X, we love you. Thank you for being here. Jenna, do you ever miss a show? Man, you're like the best supporter in the game. Sam allergic to his new tie. Yeah. I love dressing nice every day. It feels so good to look good. Like I know that I'm going to look nice every day of my life. It just feels amazing. You know what I mean? And these are all write-offs because this is the show. This is costume for the show, which is kind of crazy. I try not to. Pepe took off. Can you check Sui? Looks like the run is over. I think the accumulation is going to be for a few days more before some pump. So we're going sideways here. This does look like accumulation. It kind of looks like an upside-down Bart Simpson that could dump to the downside. All right. We want to get back above that 200 SMA on the 15 and the 7 to save the day. I see sideways chop until we get to that weekly candle. Also, I believe the stock market is closed. I believe the stock market is closed tomorrow. Martin Luther King Jr. Yep, Monday, January 15th. The stock market will be closed tomorrow. That throws us off because that's false move money on Tuesday. The whole week gets pushed off. Whenever the stocks are off on a day, it challenges the entire cycle of the trading week. And I've seen it happen many times. You can say I'm crazy, but I'm telling you right now, if you're in my trading group, we got a bunch of alerts that are going off all the time. You'd probably want to know what they are. I share them with everybody, and if I get them, I post the chart, really. You might not even know I got an alert, but I post the chart. You have so much information and so much access if you want to get in to the trading group. CryptoLifer.com, the guy that never takes a day off every single day here on the channel. God bless you all. So this is Bitcoin in a nutshell, getting tighter in the zone, all right? If it broke above here and did a retest, I would long 43.2 for a move up here. If it breaks down here and does a retest, boom. I would stay short until it gets back above 43,000. There's just no reason to be long yet. It hasn't shown us that it can get above a key area. So I remain short until then. Bookmap, link to Bookmap in the description. You won't get it any less expensive than through my link, so you might as well get it there. And you can see it's showing us where the orders are. See what's hiding behind the candlesticks. And this says there's a lot of orders down here at 690. Smash that like. Shout out to Jenna X. Shout out to Tom, Craig, Wayne. Well, we got Tom, and Wayne. All right. Shout out to Lakochi Coker. Shout out to Crypto Tatted. Sack. Shout out to Blockchain. Shout out to Dropout. When I miss a show, I miss out on money. I like that. Shout out to Jay Doolin. Shout out to Pickle Rick. Shout out to Daddy T in the house. Shout out to 554 Ha, a man who's been with us for a long, long time. Shout out to Happy Manatee. Manatee. I don't know. Manajay. Anyway, this does say that we could go lower. It still says that the liquidity is lower than us, below us. Massive order at 38.8, suggesting that we do end up lower to the downside is what Bookmap is saying. So, and, so I'm short. I've said that before. Until we get back above 43,000, even back above 43.2, I see no reason to be long. All right. Yo, please look at app. I'm ready to get in to Aptos, APT. And then I'm out of here for the day. This is a very quick update, everybody. No more super chats right now. I'm jumping out. All right. TIA is like everybody's love. Yeah, they love it. They do. Aptos did pump from this little flag that we looked at it at about 678. Ripped. And Aptos continuing to pump. It's been a long time. Fine. Aptos all the way back to 9.97. Wow, that's amazing. It was 4 beans on the low and did basically a double up. I mean, I don't love what I'm seeing here for Aptos. It's in a funny flag. It's in like a broadening flag. See that? They do break out, but I don't know. It's not. I'm not a fan. I don't know what you're seeing. The daily looks okay. I'd let it consolidate a little bit. It did get a golden cross. It's looking okay. 2-day chart looks all right. 3-day chart. 8 hours a little overbought. It looks to me like unless you get a crazy spike here, you're going to come back down at least to the bottom of the pattern at 826. But I could be wrong. It's looking pretty hot right now. I don't like the market structure on it. This TIA staking pays a lot, and now I hear there's an airdrop coming. Where do you stake your TIA? I'm about to go stake it. Let me see. Let me go find out. I can answer the question myself. I'm about to go stake it. So now I get why people are doing it, because they're just buying and staking. They don't really care. They're not watching the price, you know. $20 soon. The first modular blockchain network. Build, explore, learn, build, run a node. Start with a dev, run Celestia. All right. Pay for data, stake TIA. The Kepler wallet, Cosmos Station. Wow, you can stake on Ledger too? That's kind of nice. I got Ledger. Interesting. The Kepler wallet, which one would you guys like? Cosmos Station? I like the name Cosmos Station for whatever reason. Anyone can download a wallet to freely control and use the TIA. It's important to get familiar with basic wallet practices for safety, storage, and tracking on Celestia. I think I predate December 1st. Download for Chrome, multi-chain wallet. So I got to get this set up right now. I'm going to send my Celestia over, and I'm going to start staking this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, baby, yeah. I want to see what we can get here. I'll do this in another stream. Whenever I do this online, I always like mess it up. Yeah, I'll do this another time, but okay. Lifer, do not stake on Cosmos Station. Why? Leap and Keep wallets are better than Solana right now. Leap is best right now. Used to use Kepler. I use Kepler. They are terrible. Can't get Celestia out. Really? All right. Solana wallet is best. Phantom wallet, but I lost a lot in Ray and Slim, and I mean I'm still up, but I lost tons of money in Ray. Why? You went in too hard at the beginning, when it was high. What were you doing? You know? What were you thinking? What were you doing over there? Shout out to the 560 people here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you. The $2 in chat revenue are amazing. Bang. But anyway, this is what I'm seeing for the day. Nothing crazy. I'll be searching the markets and looking around. I do spend a lot of time with the family on Sunday. I like A-Star. That's on my radar right now. Likely going to make a bit of a move soon. It's on KuCoin and MEXC. It's just getting tighter and tighter inside of the zone. Look at this. only a matter of time. Something's coming for this. It's brewing, and it's oversold in the 4-hour time frame, getting tight moving averages. And it's been a hot coin. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing makes a move sooner than later. I'd be watching this very, very closely. I'll put a right-click alert on this thing. But I already gave a bunch of setups to the trading group. I got a bunch of alerts that went off. I'll be going through those too as well. And just look out for the things that I'll be posting throughout the day. All right. It is Sunday, low liquidity. I tend not to go hard on Sunday, but all coins pump. Whenever we see something that's worth it, we take advantage. All right. See, Near's in this little flag right here that I'm liking. And that 4-hour looks interesting to me. I wouldn't be surprised if Near made a bit of a pump to the upside. Near's been hot and holding its own. So, everyone, I got to run for the day. Thank you so much for being here. Please comment, like, and subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications. I'll be back tonight at 8 p.m., about 8 to 9, 9:30. We don't go too long on Sunday night. But I love you. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a wonderful time. And, thank you so much for jumping on into the live, and I'll see you tonight at 8 p.m. God bless everybody. Thank you for making gains with me last night. If you came to my live stream last night, you saw exactly what I did, and you saw me make $2,500 while I went to bed. So, $3,000 a day keeps the doctor away, I'll tell you that. I love you all. I appreciate you all. Hey, how do you think I can afford all these clothes over here? Shout out to everybody. I love you. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself. Stay blessed. And, spend a good day. This is God's day. Spend a good day with your family. I love you all. In God's name, let's stay blessed. And thank you for everything.
A good question is, how do I get started trading? A better question is, how do I profit today?
Hello, and welcome to another update video about Bitcoin. Yeah, on the Bitcoin chart, we take a look at the daily first. Daily chart provides us with the bigger picture, and we can see that there are currently two scenarios on this chart. In the first scenario, and we've already entered that support area recently on Friday, in the first scenario, the wave 4 is unfolding, which is a corrective structure, often more like a sideways correction. For this scenario, the support level of $35,000 is important. Now, I have to say, it doesn't mean we have to come down to 35, but it takes a $35,000 level break to suggest that something more bearish is happening. For now, I assume that we are in this fourth wave because we're holding above support. But I also assume that the correction isn't yet finished. So we'll just need to see if the 35K level is holding or not. And if it does, a fifth wave to possibly 60, 65K is expected. Yeah. But first of all, this fourth wave needs to unfold, and it might take a little while to complete. Could be several weeks or even months for a fourth wave to complete, especially on this wave degree. So that's one scenario. In this scenario, the price already formed the A wave on Friday with this dip. Now we could get a B wave and then a C wave down into the wave 4 support area. That's one scenario. That's the short-term, also short-term bullish, if you want to say it like that, because we wouldn't have a very strong or very sharp drop below 35K. 35K should hold support if this scenario is what's playing out, and if support is holding, then we should see a fifth wave afterwards. In another scenario, which is also bullish, but short-term more bearish, the price would break through 35K. And until it does that, there's no way of saying which one it is. So I've mentioned throughout this increase already in October, November, that if we arrive at this point here, around 50K, we will first of all have to assume that the shorter or the nearest support level is going to be relevant. And only if it breaks, only then we can really assume that the B wave is unfolding. However, they are both scenarios for which you should plan. They're both scenarios for which you should plan, especially considering that before halvings historically, there has been a shakeout of traders. There has been a shakeout. There have been deep pullbacks before every halving. Now, I'm not a great, promoter of that because, if something happened in the past, when something happened in the past, Does it mean it has to happen again? Of course not. It's often just the opposite. However, it's still a scenario on the chart, and we have a very clear level to watch, 35K, and we know that if that level breaks, then something more bearish is clearly going to unfold. However, it would only be short-term bearish. It wouldn't be really bearish. I would use this as a gift and basically scale in. Okay, if we come down very low or if we have a very, very strong breakdown or pullback, I should say, in a bullish market, that's a gift. Now, in that period, for example, altcoins might outperform. Depends. I think they might outperform in a wave 4. I'm not sure if they will outperform if we have a very sharp pullback in a B wave, but we'll see. And Ether might start to outperform. We talked about that as well. But yeah, it really takes a break below that 35K level. And then in a, let's say, lower B wave scenario, I also have a support area on the chart with 4 Fibonacci levels that we can watch. 19,870 and 31,558 are the ones that constrain the support zone. So these are the 2 main support areas relevant for the 2 main bullish scenarios on this chart. Only if we get a sustained break below that 20K level down there, I will assume that a bear market is back, and then I will probably stop to scale in and wait for basically 8 to 10K maybe. That's nothing I'm expecting right now because we're holding above 2 massive support areas. I know there are people out there on Twitter that are calling for 10K. Now that's not how the analysis works. That's just, they just point out their opinion and they mention possibilities. Of course it's a possibility, but how can you say that as, you know, if we're holding above support levels? It's just a little bit premature. It's a little bit premature. And just trading based on an opinion doesn't really make any sense. We want to trade based on data, right? Okay, so that is what makes sense. So let's go to the shorter time frame, and we're now on the 1 hour chart. This hasn't really changed since the last video. The idea is still that somewhere in this region we should see a bounce and a B wave could start. If you see a bounce above 44K, that's the signal. That's our signal that this B wave might have started. And ideally such a B wave would react to either 45K, 46K or 47.3K. I've added the 38.2 retracement level as well because it's sometimes a level where, for example, the A wave in the B wave reacts. Remember that also a B wave is a 3-wave move, so something like that could happen. A, B, C, okay? Just pointing out where the A wave could react to. And at the moment, I have no evidence that the B wave has started. It could have, and I'm very much watching for a B wave right now. But as long as we stay below 44K, one more low is possible into this region here. So that means if there is one more low, this is the area where we can watch for another reaction. Possibly 40,570, 40,295 and 39K. So just some projections, not super reliable, but some projections where the price might find a reaction and then start the B wave from there. At the moment, you also should see or should take note of the fact that the price is still holding the trend line above the trend line. So, you know, it also takes a break. I think, you know, if we break below that trend line, that would be an initial signal that the 5th wave of the A wave has started. Please be aware that an A wave doesn't need 5 waves. An A wave only needs 3. But at the moment, due to the consolidation, another low seems possible and probable. But it's not anything I would trade for, given that an A wave can also have 3 waves. Okay, so it's just sort of literally the last bit that could happen here to the downside, and nothing that needs to happen. So I'm very much watching for this B wave to start either from here or from down here. And then as soon as we get into the B wave resistance area, we can watch these fibs for potential reactions and a potential start for wave C to the downside. This is probably what we're going to watch for next week as we're heading into a new trading week. But I don't think there's anything else to add. So I hope you liked the update. If you did, please hit the like button, leave a comment and subscribe. And if you really like the content, then please check out the channel membership. Also, make sure that you follow us on Instagram and Twitter for additional content. Thanks a lot for watching. Bye-bye.
say you want me. Don't say you need me. Don't say you love me. It's understood. Don't say you want me. Don't say you need me. Don't say you love me. Don't say you want me. Don't say you need me. Don't say you love me. It's understood. Don't say you're happy. I've had it out me. I know you can't be. 'Cause it's no good. It's no good. It's no good. It's no good. No good. distance in your eyes. Oh no, I've said too much. I set it up. Oh, life. You sing. I thought I saw you try. I thought that I heard you laughing. I thought that I heard you sing. I think I thought I saw you try. But that was just a dream. And try to cry, to fly and try. That was just a dream, just a dream, just a dream, dream. But that was just a dream. to hold in my arms. Yes, I need someone to hold in my arms. Ooh. Who can I call? I've hit a wall. I need to relieve myself. I can't take it no more. I'm going crazy. that we would laugh.